Hello there. Hmm. How are we all doing, chat? Also, if you might notice something, the frame rate should be a lot better these days. I tweaked some settings on my stream, so you should be getting me a nice crisp 60 frames per second if your internet allows it. How is everyone doing? Does it sound like a Darktide stream? That's because we're using the Darktide soundtrack, lol. Gamer Taiga, damn right. How are we all doing today, chat? How are we all doing? Mika, hello? Hello to my first bean of the day. Hello, Mato. Gosh, hello, Pato, hello. How are we all doing? Welcome, welcome. Media Manga Vlad, thank you so much for the follow. I saw your follow the other day. How are you doing? Welcome to the community. I hope you have a lovely time here. I'm still not entirely sure how to get this crappy camera to like focus correctly. Because when I have it autofocus, it just blurs all the time. But then when I have it on manual focus, it doesn't quite like focus on things correctly, and I'm just a bit, it's just a bit bleh. I feel like that's about as good a focus as we can get. So this is our Demon Prince. We were painting him a couple of times. War Crimes Taiga. No, I mean, I was half tempted just to, when I was setting up, I was half tempted just to stream Armored Core again, because it's a lot of work having to shift everything around to make my painting space. It's why I don't paint so much, because I'm always streaming video games. And I'm like, but I really want to paint more. So I have a plan today. So my plan for now is to try and do all the fleshy bits initially. Ideally by the end of the second hours. Yeah, I wore these last time because when I use the airbrush, which I'm going to do later, I just get a shitload of paint all over my hand, and I'm just like, no, that's a pain to clean off later. And I have work in the morning, so I'd rather just, you know, wear a glove. Especially because I don't need to worry about fine finger control with this, because this is just my hand-holding hand, if that makes sense. Welcome, Layla. How are you doing? I hope you have a nice time with us here today. So I was really like asking around on Reddit for advice on how to finalize the color scheme on this. Because originally the plan was to go for purple skin, I think. No, it was purple fluorescent glow on bits of the miniature. But then we weren't really sure about skin tone, because like we could go green, but that just it just didn't really sit right. I couldn't quite figure out the right kind of green for this. So after thinking about it, I decided I'd go for blue skin and fleshy bits. We're still going to leave it with that metallic kind of tone. Some kit bashing kind of stuck because you don't know how to build the upper body for it. What are you kit bashing, Layla? Did I check which color the most popular bad dragon is and go for it? Let's be honest, the most popular bad dragon color is definitely red, because it's their logo. Surely it's red. Surely it would only be red, right? So I was also a bit stuck. I don't know either, Metal. I just feel like it's their logo color, so surely it's the right one. So I was having a look at different things, and I wasn't sure which of these. Another boy for your homebrew toilet ogre crew. Ayo. Ayo, is that for Kill Team, or are you doing an Astra Militarum army? So I'm thinking I'm going to go with this one, because it's got higher saturation, but it actually is a lot brighter than this one, despite the fact that this blue looks a lot brighter. This one is more like a grey blue kind of color. And I feel like I want more saturation, because we're going to go really dark on like the wing membrane here. I'm not sure how dark we're going to go. We're going to do this with the airbrush for the most part. I'm thinking we're going to go with either Celestium Blue, but we might go all the way down to Leviathan Blue, which are both very, very dark colors. This is more like a royal blue, but a bit darker, and this is just almost black. I was thinking I'd do this one on the left here for like the claws and all the clawy bits on the wings and stuff like that. But it might be nice to like airbrush down a fade from Pyloglacea into Celestian Blue and then into Leviathan Blue the closer we get to the Cloy bits. I think that might like good. Papa Smurf been traveling. God damn it. I'm also thinking, before I start on the blue though, there's some non-metallic bits I do want to go over, just in a nice quick base coat. Like, basically the loincloth and all the skulls. I'm fine with leaving the demon itself with a metallic skin. I'm making it blue, but at the end we're going to do like a nice, like, and we're going to use some fluorescent paint on all the eyes and stuff. And we're going to use the airbrush to do some object source lighting at the end. That's the plan, at least. I'm not sure how we're going to go, but that is the plan. Oh, hang on. I just realized I was going to bring my fan through. Wow. It's hot. I need my fan. Okay. Fan acquired. Wait, where's the power thing? I have the fan, I don't have a power source for it. Where's my power source? Does it go here? Yeah, this should be fine. This isn't gonna overload anything, is it? Oh, delicious chilled air. Your dog stole your blanket. Mika, don't you know that the blanket was always the dog's? That's how it works. So I'm thinking we're going to quickly base coat these bits in a Gracier equivalent. We're using Vallejo whatchamacallits. Vallejo Stonewall Grey. Which is like a nice bright grey. To be fair, you put it on her favorite spot. I mean, yeah, that's just asking for it to be stolen by your pet then. A base coat, like blue, pink, white, pink, blue. No, as in like a base coat, as in the base layer that goes down metal. Sadly, it's not a meme. It's literally like part of the process. So a little bit of gray, and then we'll highlight that in Actually, why am I doing this now? No, it is correct to do this now. It'll be fine. We'll just have to mask stuff off better later. So yeah, nice, simple. We're using Vallejo Game air paints because they're pre-thinned, and in all honesty, I'm not very good with thinning my paint ratios down. I'm gonna quickly get nice. Probably need to do a couple of thin coats to get this consistent. But this paint has good coverage by the looks of it. I've never used it before. A lot of the paints that we're doing are paints we're using today are paints I've never used before. So that's the great thing about painting. If you ever just make a mistake, you can always just go over it. Unless you don't thin your paints, then you're going to need to strip that shit down. Which, let's be honest, isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's a bit of a chore compared to just doing it right. This is why everyone, the first bit of advice anyone ever says is often thin your paints, because a lot of the time when people don't thin their paints, it's the most obvious mistake. Me in the 90s as a child, painting things straight with pigment straight out of the pot. I haven't made mistakes like that in a very long time. Layer goes down. Metal, you are in full-blown degen mode today, aren't you? Which, you know, is valid. Oh, I do not have the steadiest hands. But it's fine, we can compensate for this. We can compensate for our lack of steady hands by resting them on the desk below us. That helps us keep somewhat stabilized. But when this is down, what we'll do quick highlight with Vallejo Dead White. Just to create that sort of just a little bit of lighting between the two. It doesn't have to be perfect because it's just the base layers. The more precise we are with it, and the cleaner it is, the better the contrast layer that goes over it is going to look. Speaking of... Oh shit, I've just put a hole in the thing. Speaking of that, I've just remembered I need to do the... I also need to do the handle on his sword. Because that doesn't make sense being in metallic. I mean, it could, but I just don't think it'll look that good. We've got a bit too much paint on that spot, but that's okay. We can just spread it out. We can just spread it out. Goal for this bit is to do a nice simple coating of Sigvald Burgundy over it. Just because we like Sigvald Burgundy. It's one of my favorite paint colors. Also, next week, when it comes to Warhammer, I'll be doing an army in a day challenge as part of my birthday streamathon. We did a thing last subathon, which was our charity event, our charity donathon, where we raised a shitload of money for Gamers Outreach, the Gamers Outreach Foundation. It was really good. It was really, really good. I'm really proud of that. I like that you keep coming back to us for fundraisers. It feels good when like a charity reaches out to you for support, you know? The same with like Focus Interactive reaching out to us to help promote Bolt Guns DLC. That was a really nice surprise. I'm hoping they reach out to us again for Space Marine 2, but I know that Space Marine 2 is a much higher investment for them, so they'll probably mostly put their investments into bigger streamers. But that's okay. I know Froggy wants to collab, and I know Pink wants to collab, and I know a lot of people, I know Squirt wants to collab, and I know it'd be really fun to collab with Small on that. Fortunately, it's got like 6v6 multiplayer, so getting an actual collab down should be easy. But doing the campaign would be really, really fun. I realize I actually need to, You forgot about that 1v1. Did you not 1v1 Punk yesterday? And sometimes watching Taiga ASMR mode. I mean, I guess I am very close to the microphone. It's because if I don't have the microphone right in my face for these painting streams, I'm miles away and you can't really hear me properly. Though to be fair, this microphone is actually designed to be used close up. So I think I get slightly better sound quality like this anyway. And yeah, I do sometimes fall asleep on the couch. And in Pink streams, you get me snoring ASMR. Not intentional, we just have a very comfy couch. I had a nap on it this afternoon. I was cuddling with the cats and I fell asleep. But that's just business as usual with the cats though. Let's be honest. I quite like this paint. This grey has good coverage. I really need to take better care of my brushes. Holy shit, this thing's starting to fray already. But that's okay. Right. Now we just have one more side to do. And hopefully... Oh, tell a lie. We missed a bit there. I need some tweezers. I see a hair that's gotten stuck to the model. What do we think of the ambience, by the way? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Let me know and I will make an adjustment. My back must be hurting. No, it's a really comfortable couch. The armrests are perfectly, like, are the perfect height to be used as pillows as well. I know Ponk has issues sleeping on the couch, but, like, even she admits it's a very comfy couch. That, and I stretch and have better posture. I have better posture than Ponk. Oh. Oh, I don't quite have the same issues. Also, Ponk has better problems. Ooh. Little Angel Chan, thank you so much for the follow. Put on some Bandmate. No, I don't want to deal with copyright stuff. And, like, Fat Shark have been pretty cool about letting us use this. I could put on some music, but, like, I just can't be dealing with copyright shit. And having a muted stream VOD. That's also really annoying. Welcome, little angel. I hope you're having a nice time. Okay, chat, do you really want... I mean, to be fair, on YouTube, I'm going to be editing this VOD into a time-lapse when I get around to it. So I could put on some songs. I know there's a way to do, like, song requests and stuff. But also, Twitch sometimes messes with the audio, like, if you put on copyrighted music, and that's a whole kettle of fish I don't want to have to deal with, if I want to be real with you all. But with this music, they literally have the license agreement to use it, which is really cool of them. And it's also very thematically appropriate. You're gonna win that 1v1 for real, for real? Did you not 1v1 Pink yesterday? Did you not play the Fortnite? I thought that you did. Okay, now there's one last thing I need to do. Just to go on the back side of this cloth. Also, one thing I have to say is I'm surprised with the amount of cake they've given the Daemon Prince. Like, I suppose it makes sense, Lord of Excess and all that shit, but like, yeah, he packing some cake in the bakery back there, and no one ever really knows it because he's got a tail. But like when you're building him and when you're painting him, you see it. Don't know if you guys can see it. Oh, but yeah, unexpected. You had to clutch so many times. Oh god. Well, Metal, unlike me, you were actually good at the video game. Well, I have skill issues when it comes to Fortnite. It's why for me it's only ever really a social game. Oh, I miss being good at video games. Like when I was in my teens and climbing the lone wolf ladder in Halo 3. That was peak gaming. I was really good at video games back then. Not so much anymore. But that's okay. Such is the nature of being a fucking hag. Okay. I've really done this before in hindsight, but oh well. Right, that is that initial layer done. Actually, the coverage on that is fantastic. I don't even feel like I need to do a second coat. On that bit, at least. Some of these other bits, yeah, I've missed some of the where the red has gotten onto it. We'll be going over the metals with some speed paint, some metallic speed paints later. I think I've picked out what I want to use. But I might need to grab some just plain silvers Maybe some gunmetal for these chains. I like the idea of having... I think they're a bit too bright right now. What's the concert thing? Do you mean like the Guitar Hero thing, but in Fortnite? I played that and I was not very good. But also, everything in Fortnite Guitar Hero is like, it makes Twitch mute itself. I can't stream that. I wouldn't mind playing it off stream, but like, it's just a pain in the ass to stream because like Twitch like spams me with notifications being like, copyrighted audio has been detected. Copyrighted audio has been detected. We're muting your video. We're muting your stream. Like, bruh, you gotta chill. Twitch, you must chill with your copyrighted audio shenanigans. Like, it's all like fair use, you know. I could remove the VOD. I could. What's going on with my VTuber model? I think it's the camera angle it's not happy with me using. But that's okay. Punk and Taiga Fort collab. We've done Fortnite collabs a few times, yeah. Usually it's me just flailing around, being lost, getting distracted by stuff and exploring and getting loot, because I'm an absolute loot goblin. Punk and Taiga Fortniting. Bruh. Bruh, no. We are both very, very ace. Well, her more so than me. Briar Queen Chill. Actually, there's a zombie. There's a couple of like zombie-ish heads on here. I'll use Briar Queen Chill for that. I think that'll be a really good color for those. Actually, before I need to go rummaging for them later, let me get the other paints I think I'll be needing tonight. Oh wait, no, this isn't where my speed paint metallics are. They are in here. God, I have so many fucking paint boxes floating around this room. Broadsword Silver, I think that's a good one for the thing. But where is it? Enchanted Steel? Oh, I do like Enchanted Steel. Enchanted Steel has this sort of bluish tint. I think we're gonna go with that. But if they have a gunmetal, like a darker metal, I'm sure I do have a darker gunmetal color in the speed paint range. Unless I've already taken it out. I could have already taken it out. Also, there is a Discord poll if you're not sure if you'd like to vote on what particular army I do my speed painting challenge with next week. I've got a choice of 3. One of them I'm going to need to build, which is the Imperial Knights. But the other armies are built and baked. Well, one is primed, the other is not, but I can quickly prime it the morning before the stream. Where is it? Yeah, it's in the art, tabletop hobbies, etc. thing. Looks like Word Bearers are currently the winner. I do like my heresy, and they are my hands down favorite faction. A certain Char forced you joined with minimal encouragement. That's cute, Mika. You're a good bean. You're a good bean. Okay. Now that that's done, is this dry yet? It's looking dry, but just to make sure. One of the neat things you can do with an airbrush is you can just use it to blow over the model. I don't know if you can hear this, but you can use it to blow over the model, and it just speeds up the drying process so much faster. It's nice. I'm a big fan of this. But yeah, no, that's really good coverage on that paint. I'm impressed by I'm impressed, Vallejo. Your pigments are sound, especially on like a pre-thinned paint. Usually pre-thinned paints are a little bit patchy, but that's fantastic. That's a fantastic ratio. Julians, hello, how are you doing? Chaos Pilled Corncore Princel. No, Julians, this is a Word Bearer. He is undivided. See, I've given him the Slanesh tail, the Zinch head. Now, my plan, I mean, in gameplay, I'm going to run him as a Slanesh Daemon Prince, I think, for the most part. Or a Khorne one. I'm not sure which of the two is actually better. I think for some army lists, I'm going to want the extra movement on him. But for other, I like the idea of him just being a melee monster and destroying everything. So, I mean, he's got, what, 12-inch default movement speed? 14 inch is really, really a lot. It's really fast. He can zoom from one side of the board to another with an advance and charge. I kind of regret not giving him the axe, because that's very chaosy, but that's very cornate. But, you know, I didn't think about gameplay. I just think swords are cooler than axes. I'm going to do some Nurgle stuff. I'm going to do some Nurgle stuff on him. I'm going to do some, like, Verdigris on him, and I'm also going to do some Rust to, like, symbolize that decay kind of aspect. That's my plan, at least. Once I have finished with the Pilar Glacier, I don't know if I'll go in and do the black bits I want to do. I know the other red pigments is probably going to be the last thing I do. Just because that's going to... Once I do the red, I know I'm going to have to absolutely change up the paint water. Which, you know, is long and it seems. But then again, I do have a second paint water pot here. But that's mostly so that I have a paint mortar pot for metallic paints. But yeah, this guy is not in the army list I've got for my speed paint challenge, which I think makes sense considering I'm not painting him as part of that. I've probably got a little bit more paint off this brush before I start putting it down. That's fine. Maybe I should have stippled this. Maybe I can just stipple this in. That could be nice. Nice little stippled, textured cloth effect. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I want to get more of the paint off of this before I actually start doing that on the rest of it. But I should really work with the paint while it's still wet and on the model. Try and get a good bit of it off. Ooh. The chipping medium seems to have worked out. The chipping medium seems to have worked out quite well on this. I wasn't entirely sure just how it would work. Well, it seems to have been okay. I can't really complain. God, I love Darktide's soundtrack. It's so good. And I also recognize I don't have to do this perfectly because it's all getting contrast paint thrown over it later anyway. So as long as it's like the base bits of the shading are there, because everything's going to get worked on again down the line. I'm really curious to see what using the inks are going to be like, because I've never really used ink except that one time I tried it on the chrome Stodies, and it just slipped right off the miniature, because apparently chrome paint does not like other paints going on top of it, despite the fact that it was made for miniatures. I feel like I needed something else to like reprime the surface. But contrast paint stuck to it quite well. Okay, hello, how are you doing? Having a nice day? It's always lovely to see you. How are you finding Darktide? I'm not gonna lie, if I get this finished, I might switch to a Darktide stream, lol. If I get this finished by the end of the day and I have some energy left. Oh, I missed that. Well, that's fine. Go over that with the white. It's on the erased bit anyway. Cut some of these dry, relatively, not quite dry brush, but ooh, almost dry brush. Because there's not much paint left on this, and I don't quite feel like I need to get more. Yeah, I do need more pigment on this now. But that might be too much pigment. That's okay. Chrome, what a lovely day. We did Chrome on the on our first Custodes miniature. I should really add Custodes to the list, but I've still not figured out how I want to actually paint them. I don't think I'm going to go with Chrome. Chrome was a fun, like, little experiment. I might do one of my Imperial Knights in Chrome. Maybe. But that's because I think it will work really well. But only with one of them. Only with one of them. And even then, it won't be fully in Chrome either. Okay. That's looking reasonable, I think. Just dab on white onto this back bit. The real question is, do I want to do the Briar Queen chill before or after I've done the black bits? I think I want to do it before. Yeah. Most of the black bits are erased a fair bit anyway. I'm going to play it tonight after getting shot with lasers. Nice, nice. I hope you enjoy getting lasered. Lasering is always bleh, I think is the best way to describe it. It's a good feeling afterwards, but while you're going through it, it's pretty blah. I'm glad that you're enjoying the game. It's a really good, it's got a nice community, I think. I like this music. You still don't really understand what's going on, but you're vibing. Yeah, I mean, Darktide doesn't have much of a story, really. I mean, it does, but it's just not very long. Basically, in Darktide, you play as someone who's on a death sentence, and you're and you have your escape. If you play through the tutorial, it gives you a little bit of an introduction. And so you're working for the Imperial Inquisition, which is basically like the super secret police of the Imperium of Man. And yeah, it's both an honor and a death sentence in itself working for them, because you either die in service or you end up like becoming someone super important. And if you end up being super important, it's very rare that you'll actually get to live. Because the Imperium is full of people constantly dicking each other over for no apparent reason. Because it's full of, like, bureaucrats with their own agendas. It's a good setting, though. I like it. It's a bit like Dark Heresy as a shooter. The light touch to grab the edges. And these bits of leather. I think this might be overexposed. That's too dark. I have to turn the actual lighting up a little. Part of the problem is when you're painting white, it just... camera is a bit weird when it comes to it. Taiga edging them on. Don't... Taiga gets mad when you talk about the rocks. What rocks? What do you mean? You mean the Ogren rocks? What do you play as anyway? You were playing Psycho, right? Space Wizard. What am I doing, chat? Okay, that is the white. That is the white done. For now, at least. I'll probably go back and add some bits to it later. So, I'm thinking now, at this stage, we can start to work on the fleshy bits. Oh, Alex is a cat. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you like it. It's still a massive work in progress. We've got tons to do. Hopefully, we have a lot of time today, though. So hopefully, by the end of stream, it'll be mostly finished. So, what's next? Do the fleshy bits. Do the wing membrane. Do the claws. Probably do some contrast paints on the skulls and all that shit, but first we're gonna let that dry. Why do I want to do this? Because it's kind of scaly back here. Maybe I want to... I think I know. I think I'll probably start doing this a darker blue because it's all scaly and stuff. You still have 38 nids to paint. Nids are cool, though. Tyranids are very cool. If you contrast paint them, they're not... Or use speed paints. They're not the worst thing in the world to paint. Because they only really have, like, 2 primary colors and then maybe, like, 1 tertiary bit in the eyes. Most people I know, I've seen paint Tyranids tend to focus on just a general 2-color scheme. And I think a simpler scheme is generally the best way to go, especially when you're batch painting. But yeah, what are your nids like? Do you want to share a picture of them with us? Love to see. Always like seeing other people's work. You mostly here to unwind? That's fair. I'm more of a... I feel like these kinds of streams tend to be more of a background thing while people do other things or relax or watch stuff on the side or do their own hobby work. It's nice though. I like being that kind of streamer for people. Someone to come home to and chillax with. So, I think we can start with the Pilar Glacier now. I've never used this paint before, so I have no idea how it's going to react with everything else we've got going on the model. Let's put this in a place where I hopefully won't knock it down. It feels very thin. Like, I dip the paint in, the brush in the paint, and just barely anything looks like it gets on. Let's start with this foot bit. No, that is very thin. That's incredibly thin for a contrast paint. This is more like an ink than a contrast paint. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Usually with contrasts, you do just one thick coat. And it does the job for you. But like, you can barely see that on screen. I can barely see that, and I'm on the mod. You know what? I think I'm going to switch to Pilar Glacier. Not Pilar Glacier. I think I'm going to switch to Briar Queen Shell. I think that is the paint to go for with this. And just get a wet brush and cool that off. Why does it react more when there's more water on the brush? That's so weird. This is behaving unlike any other contrast paint I've worked with. Okay, so that's a thing. Maybe it's because it's over metallic it's behaving like that. Yeah, no, I don't like that. That's not behaving in the way I thought it would. Fatto. You're taking account of your Grey Tide just for Age of Darkness, and you have like 80 plus models in various states of progress, and guess who? It's got a state. Oh god. Oh yeah, Cadia was destroyed. To be fair, the planet did break before the guard did. Abaddon the Despoiler literally having to throw a Blackstone Fortress at it to destroy it. I do have another paint. If Briar Queen Chill doesn't suit what I'm trying to go for, I have another paint that'll get us most of the way down. Where is it? Where's my Athematic Blue? I was a bit wary of using Athematic Blue because it's very close to how it's the main color I use for painting Plasma Glow on my Imperial units, but then I kind of have realized there is nothing in my Chaos Skies that use Athematic Blue. I can't find this paint. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I forget, Athematic Blue is actually slightly green. Not in how it dries, but in how it looks in the bottle. Ah! Okay. Cabley mass averted. Pyramids are very cool. Okay. I'm gonna try Briar Queen Shell. And if we don't like this, we're gonna switch to Athematic Blue. I was gonna use this originally for the for the sort of zombie-ish skulls. I have other paints I can use for that. That might work. Oh no. I don't know what that was. But it seems to be okay. Okay. Let's see how Briar Queen. Ah. I am a clumsy being with very little room to maneuver. Let's see how this looks. I'm hoping it'll look a bit better. I feel like it's Abaddon's skill issue that he needed to destroy the planet instead of taking it the way he wanted to. Okay, I think this is more what we're looking for. Yeah. You know, this feels a bit flat for a contrast paint. But it's not bad. We're going to be doing a bunch of inks and stuff with it. Nice and bright. We wanted a bit more of a greyish blue as well. I have to see how that dries. I'm not entirely convinced yet about how that looks, but I don't dislike it. We'll be using blue ink later from Liquitex with the airbrush, so hopefully that's going to make it look really nice and vivid without darkening it too much. I don't mind if there's some bleed from the armor color into the flesh, because he's meant to be fused with his armor as a demon, isn't he? I think that kind of adds to it. It also means I don't have to be super messy. I don't have to mind about being a bit messy in the earlier stages. Is it laziness, or is it just creative license? A bit both, really. A bit of both. Like, it is fun. So last week you left your house home alone with your brother staying there while you were abroad. When I came back, models were clearly touched, and there were parts that weren't fully pushed in, and they were before, weapons and limbs in different positions. One of your leaper's sides broke, and I found it in the bin. Bruh. I'm sorry, Alex. That's really sad. It always sucks when someone else interferes with your hobby space and they damage stuff and they don't even tell you. It's like, you're gonna find out eventually. Like, just have respect for other people's things, you know? That's not okay. Maybe I do want this in athematic blue. Maybe I'll do that with some recess shading. Yeah. Some recess shading in athematic blue, just to add a bit more of a ethereal tint to it. Briar Queen Chill doesn't behave in the same way as most of the other contrast paints I've used does. I don't know how to feel about it, honestly. Try and get the brush strokes mostly going in this direction. Oh, actually, that's starting to show up a little bit of contrast. It's still very thick, but it doesn't feel like a thick paint and how it responds. I'm liking the slight yellow tints to it. Oh, I just realized there's this little jewelly bit on the tail. I didn't see that before. What's my favorite part about Warhammer? My minis lore games? I'd say I'm definitely a big fan of lore, particularly Emperor's Children's lore. I really like the Emperor's Children. I'm very excited for their impending model release later. I like listening to YouTubers when it comes to lore stuff. I feel like there is one problem with the Warhammer as a whole, is that Age of Sigmar has amazing models, but there's not really much of a, like, YouTuber lore kind of, like, stuff. Like, there's not really too big a YouTuber lore community out there. I might start doing stuff like that, because I got recently recommended a massive list of books I want to try and and work through. But first I have to get through all the books I currently have. I was meant to do another chapter of Lords of Excess today, but I was just very tired. I was just very tired after Punk left and I ended up having a nap. A little pre-stream nap. But yeah. Me a nerd, imagine. Your favorite Chaos faction is the Tzeentch Demons and the Thousand Sons. That's fair. The Thousand Sons are definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. The Loyalists. I quite like the Sisters of Battle. Initially, my first army getting back into it. But if I want to be real, they have a very high skill cap from what I've seen and experienced playing with them. And I do not have the practice to really use them very well. Like, they're one of those armies that's like, when they pop off, they just work amazingly. But if you don't know how to make them pop off, then they just kind of like die very easily. Which is why I don't really play with them so much, but they have fantastic sculpts. I am looking forward to trying to make them work a bit easier though. I think part of the issue with Sisters of Battle is that they've got... There's a lot of new models compared to when they were released initially ages ago. Like my immolators, for example, aren't the same immolators, because I have like first edition immolators from like when the faction launched in second edition. And, you know, with like metal gun turrets and stuff, but they're a completely different tank now. So I feel like it doesn't make sense to run them. Like, they are cool, but also they're my dad's models, and they are Order of the Martyred Lady, and I play Bloody Rose. This Bloody Rose are very cool. Hey, Pig Video Games. Yeah, we doing some Warhammer today. How are you doing? Can we get a shout out for Pig, please? You have 640k books. Brutal Cunning, Krieg, Gaskell Thraka, Hero of the Imperium. I've got the Hero of the Imperium Omnibus as well. I started getting back into Warhammer fiction with The Lion, Son of the Forest, which is an amazing book by Mike Brooks. I cannot recommend it enough. If you're looking to get into Warhammer, you're of course told the story from the point of view of the Lion, a traitor space marine, and a loyalist space marine of the Fallen. Mike Brooks, he's an amazing author. Like, I've never read any of his books before, but the way I'm not a big reader, or at least I haven't been until recently, and the way he writes just kind of pulls you on a journey that you just don't want to stop. I thought that was the what? Oh no, maybe they're the same person. Mike Brooks made Brutal Cunning. Yes, he did. I've not read Brutal Cunning yet, but I probably will at some point in the future. I do like orcs. The only reason I don't play orcs is because Max Brooks wrote World War Z. Maybe they're related. Similar name, yeah. I'll tell you how good Cunning is. I imagine it's pretty good. I've heard good things about everything Mike Brooks has written. Yeah, no, that is kind of the color we want. I feel like it's a bit flat, though, which is a bit disappointing. If I don't put it on in thick coats, it doesn't really have any pigment. But if I oversaturate it, it just looks a bit shit. This is like the difficulty with using contrast paints. You have to figure out the right balance. I have too much shit cluttering, I think. Go away, mouse. I don't need you. My little paint thing, my little painting booth was blocking the tracking, so I had to move the tracking. And now my mouse is in the way of my arm. Is it bad you have 3 largish collections? No, it's not bad at all. Let's be honest, Warhammer is a hobby that turns everyone into a hoarder to some extent. From like wanting to collect minis to books to like having a pile of grey shame that you've yet to paint. Chat, tag yourselves if tag yourselves if you haven't if you've got like a full-on army you haven't finished painting yet. I know I do. I have like 2 armies that I need to paint. We'll get there eventually, chat, I promise. Eventually. I don't know why I painted this base last time. I'm gonna go over the whole thing all over again. Before the end of this stream, this base is gonna look nothing like it looks currently. And it just feels like I wasted a little bit of time last stream. I painted on this. I painted this. Let's move the microphone. I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. But you can be both blue and green. That's the beauty of paint. This guy is going to be blue, green, and red. A veritable plethora of primary colors. White Mask Guevara voice. You are armyless. I am not armyless. I have like 2 full-on painted armies. And I could have more. I just don't have. Actually, I have 3 fully painted armies and probably like 2 that I need to paint. And 2 I need to build because like I don't believe in building more things until I've like I don't want to buy any more army shit, any more Warhammer until I've painted at least 1 more army, but I know myself. There's limited edition box sets with discounts that I'm gonna want to get. Like the new Ordo Hereticus box set looks amazing. And I'm lying to myself if I'd say I'm not gonna get it. But at the same time, that's not really a new army, that's just things I want to add to my existing army. So is it really buying new Warhammer, or is it just adding to the Warhammer I already have? Me trying to rationalize poor financial decisions right there. And it's not that I can't afford it next month when it's going to come out. It's that I really shouldn't until I've painted small Warhammer. Which is another reason why I always try and do the paint an army in a day speed paint challenge things. You would be able to print them. The only place you're not allowed to use printed models is like official Warhammer stores. And even then, a lot of the managers are like, yeah, just don't tell us it's like third-party stuff and you'll be fine. Because they really just like having people in the shop playing the game. At least my local is. My local is full of very cool people. I was like, hey, I'm thinking of using some 3D printed parts for my armies. And they were like, yeah, it's fine. Just, you know, don't go on saying it's like but just don't start advertising 3D printed shit. And it's fine. Like, which is cool. I think the staff are generally a lot cooler than the official business practices make them out to be. I like that this guy's kind of got an armored crop top. Because, like, he's got nothing covering. And then again, he's a demon. He doesn't really need to wear armor. I think the armor is more there as a matter of, like, symbology. To show, like, yes, he is an Astartes. Because they don't, like, he's a being of the Immaterium. Oh god, that's way too close to the camera. And the exposure is way up. Let me adjust my camera setting. Ah. Where are my camera settings? They were here just a minute ago. It kind of worked. It kind of works. It doesn't work from this angle because the wings are like catching all of the light and hiding the model. Yeah, I don't know what to think about this paint. It's got this weird sort of creamy texture. I don't know if that's because of the surface or because I've never seen a contrast paint over metallics behave this way. I really don't know what to think. I'm gonna need to work on some highlights here. My god, the way this particular paint is working, it's kind of gonna force me into using traditional painting techniques, which are not something I'm super keen on. But that just means I need to practice at it, I suppose. Probably won't end up getting this model finished tonight as a result, though. Punkwe, how you doing? Can we get a shout out of a punk, please? Welcome home. The Cthulhu collection is decently big in one size, but yeah. Off-world Auspex is a banger, yes. Darktide soundtrack is amazing. Like, it's got so many nice tunes, you know? Oh, Mika wants to 1v1 you in Fortnite, by the way, Pink. The gauntlet has been thrown. You smell vile heresy. Mate, don't you know? With the Lord of Excess, vile heresy smells delicious. As it should. You are cooked. No, it sounds like bitch. Ping me in your server. Lol. Yes. Let's be honest, it's summer, we're all a little bit cooked. That's how it works. I'm very excited to use the airbrush later today. I hope I can get the fades I'm looking for. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to go over these bits of jewelry again. Still, that'll look nice when it's all done. As I paint this miniature, I'm finding lots of little details I didn't notice on my initial pass. On my initial, like, passes, but that's okay. Just lots more things I'm gonna have to pick up and deal with. Lots of corrections to make. But that's fine. You don't make mistakes in painting. You just create happy little accidents. Isn't that right, chat? Welcome, welcome, Alex. Don't forget to agree to the rules. If you don't click that green tick in the rules and roles section, you don't get full access to the server. It's mostly to keep out spammers and bots. Every couple of weeks, we do a little bit of a purge of inactive members. Be sure to share your Warhams and stuff. I am excited to see. Oh god, I've just realised I've missed a bit of this leg here. Actually, I do kind of like how this turns out once the paint starts to dry a bit. Get some nice pale highlights in the silver. And it does eventually sink into the recesses quite nicely. It's like he's made of ice. It's not an effect I thought I'd create, but it's definitely not a bad one. I can't wait to see what it looks like once he's had some inks and some highlights in these sections. It's gonna look really nice. Maybe some Tyler blue over here. Kylanar blue even, sorry. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Oh my god. That's an amazing book collection. That's so cool. Is that all Cthulhu Mythos stuff? That looks amazing. Let me show you my prized book. My favorite book that I've read in a long time. Where is that? Oh, I almost knocked over some paint water. Here is. Let me just make an adjustment. Here is The Lion, the Son of the Forest, which I did an ASMR book reading of last year when it released. I was lucky enough to get the limited edition version. It looks absolutely glorious. What's going on with my book, with my webcam? Also, bonus feature, signed by the author, number 126, 261 of 2000. This was my first Warhammer book after getting back into the hobby, and I'm so glad I was one of the few people able to get one of these that wasn't a scalper. Because a couple of years ago, I mean even up to last year, Warhammer, the official web store, had such a big problem with scalpers. I'm really annoyed. I wanted to get the limited edition Morven Val book, but that also got absolutely eaten by scalpers. It was very, very expensive, so I kind of probably wouldn't have been able to afford it anyway in hindsight. Let me have a look. Oh, that's cute. What cute little Cthulhu. That keychain. That's adorable. Oh, those dice are nice. That's some cute stuff. I always appreciate getting stuff like that shared. That's lovely. Fucking love this song. I love this soundtrack. It's such a good soundtrack. Let me move this mouse out of the way. Slight adjustment. I never did finish with the tail. Get under here and get it done. Should really go in and do the leather on these at some point. I'll probably do them in the same color I do the hilt in, which is going to be probably going to be Sigvald Burgundy. I just really like that paint color. It's just very nice, you know? Right, we're going to give the Demon Prince a paint enema now. Going right up his butt. Because I don't know another way of describing what I'm doing. Because that's literally what I'm doing. Doesn't help that the base is in the way of the light. Get between those cheeks, brush. Get right up in there. Thank you, Matto. I need to think up some goals for next week's stream. I think I've got some in mind. Like, one of them is going to be a new catnip redeem, which will be part of the channel forever. Where you guys spend, like, I don't know, I'm thinking like 2,000 channel points. Then I will give my cats catnip, and I will put them on camera while they're high, and it'll be great. Which I think it'll be great. It does mean I need to tidy up this room a bit though. I don't know whether or not that's going to be a great redeem, or if I'm inviting hell into my house. I think always has to fucking start stream or show up when you're about to go shower. I'm in the middle of it. Oh. She does have a habit of bad timing sometimes. But she doesn't know. You're scared of redeems now. Kay, have you been waterboarded by chat yet? Because that's a rite of passage every VTuber not every VTuber, every streamer needs to go through. If chat hasn't waterboarded you at least once, to the point where you've had to put a cooldown on hydrate, like, yeah. And I'm gonna bring back the give Katos a treat redeem, because last time for the subathon only, for the birthday streamathon only, because I know it wasn't intentional, but like some of you all really loved giving my cats treats, and you know it got a bit excessive. You gotta think about Kato health. You cannot give them more than 8 in a day. Otherwise they will, I mean, even then you shouldn't give them 8 in a day consistently. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking some Tylenol blue over this down the line is gonna look great. Just to add a little bit more depth to it. And increase the saturation ever so slightly. You made it clear that hydrate is a supply and demand thing. But K, have you hydrated? Hydrate the K. I think 1 catnip per stream should be enough. To be fair, catnips are okay. Catnip's okay. The cats can get high as fuck. They'll just stop. They'll just stop when they've had enough. Cats are surprisingly good at self-regulating how much catnip they have. So like I can just leave a shitload of catnip around, and like when they're high enough, they'll just leave it. I'll have a great time for a bit, and then I'll just be like, yeah, I'm bored of this now. Because I have left the living room covered in catnip once just to see what the cats would do, and they were like great. They were super about it at first, but then after a while they just got bored. Which I kind of get, because it's like having a drink, really. Like it's like having a drink or a smoke. Like you just get to a point where you're just like, yeah, actually no, I'm good. I don't want any more. I like that about cats. They're just like little people sometimes. They're little autistic children. That's what cats are like. Or maybe it's not autism, maybe it's ADHD. I can't remember which. But cats are just little people. They have such nice personalities. Especially my cats. My cats are the best cats. If you disagree with me, you're wrong and I'll fight you. Hellberg, thank you for the alert. It's always lovely to see you in chat. The rest of the collections are sent. Oh god. Oh, that's a lot. Holy shit. Oh, you got some of those pins. Those badges. Ooh. Ooh, that's some cool stuff. I like that. I like that. That's cool. Maybe they do have both. I don't know. Like cats are intelligent, but their brains work differently their brains work differently. So I think it's fair to classify them as neurodivergent creatures. Because they are. Their brains literally have different functions to humans. And I think a lot of people on the various spectrums have tendencies that are more akin to cats. I don't know that that's... I'm pretty sure that's because cats are very human-like in how they respond to things, really. Cats can be very... As someone who is autistic, I find myself, like, relating to cats way more than I feel like maybe is healthy for me. But at the same time, cats are lovely. Why wouldn't I want to relate to cats? They are creatures of consent and understanding. But they are also creatures of whimsy. And they can be fickle at times. But ultimately, if they love you, that will always come through. It's like they are like the most affectionate creatures in the world, but only on their terms. Which I think is a lesson a lot of people really need to take on board. Kato! There's no room here, Kato! Unless it's sitting on you, and then they'll stand on you. But look, no. They're creatures of their consent. They don't give a shit about ours. Speaking of consent, hi. Look at this little poof. Can't see her because she's dark. You wanna see what we're doing, Kato? Ghost Kato. No, don't go into the painting area. No, cat. No, Haru. No. I can't. You wanna, like, migrate to my lap, cat? Cause this doesn't work for me. Don't drink the paint water, cat. Don't drink the paint water. Okay, she has gone behind the painting booth. She's just lurking behind, staring at me in the little cat hole. Somewhere in the back. I don't know if you can see her because she's quite dark. The mythical cat creature. Cat cannot have paint water. I mean, it's non-toxic, so she'll probably be fine. But it's not behavior that should be encouraged. No. Are you gonna loaf? You loafing back there? Yeah, she loafing. All is well. Okay. That is monster done. I think we'll get onto using the airbrush later. It's not long from now, which will be nice. I'm excited. I really like using the airbrush. It's just fun to play with, you know? Haru means summer or sun. Yeah. I took the name from the girl in The Cat Returns. And also the cat in My Roommate is a Cat, which is a very, very comfy anime about a writer who lives alone, and he's a bit depressed, and then he finds this stray cat, and then he learns how to take care of himself by taking care of this cat. It's a really wholesome, uplifting show that I would absolutely recommend to everyone. Also the name of Best Girl in Sing Yesterday for Me, which is another delightful, wholesome anime about learning how to function as an adult and learning what it is to learning what happiness means to you, and learning about who can actually make you happy. It's a really cool adult coming of age story, which I can also not recommend enough. It's a lovely time. It's not that long. You can binge it in a day. I might binge it when I like have a day of painting and shit someday. I thought you said Haru. Yeah. You know, Haru. Haru with an A. No, you're not the first person to mistake Haru for Haru. It's because My Roommate as a Cat is so good. I agree. It was one of the things that like I watched and I was like, between that and playing Pokemon Let's Go, where like Eevee just felt like, hang on, you're pestering me just like a cat would, on my 3D. Was it a 3DS or a Switch? I think it was a Switch, yeah. And it was just very like, I need this in my life. I need like something like this for real life. And I got cats over COVID, and it was lovely. I was very happy with the cats. 2 little rescues. I've had them 4 years now. Can you believe that? They were literal kittens when I got them, and they were tiny little things. It was 4 years ago at the start of July. Recently I had all my very first like pictures of them come up on Facebook memories on my personal account, and I was like, oh my god. I've had these girls for like so long now, and I haven't even realized how long I've had them for. And it's just a lovely time, you know? I love cats. I love my cats. They are my children. And I will treasure them forever. And I know it's a long way off, but by the time I'm middle-aged, they will probably have passed on, because cats only live to about like anywhere between 12 and 20. So I could have them another 15 odd years, or I could have them another 10. That's still a long time, but like something I think you always have to be aware of when you have pets is that, yeah, they are not forever, and you have to cherish them every moment you can. So that could just be the grief of losing my family talking. Well, let's move on from that topic, shall we? God. No, your cat is 12, you shush. Yeah. I named the less fluffy one Eevee. Yeah, but Eevee evolves into Umbreon, clearly. Because she's full of friendship. And zoomies at night. I don't know. I don't know. In theory, Eevee should have been Eevee should have been the fluffy one. Because she looks a bit more like the Pokemon. But, like... He's gonna live forever. British Haru is Haru. Well, you will learn Necromancy if you have to. Fuck yeah. Become Necromancer, obtain 1,000,000 cats. All of the zombie cats. Let's go! A 1,000,000 zombie catos. You will be the craziest cat lady. You will simply get hotter and weirder as time goes on. And that's all anyone can really hope to achieve. See, that's pretty smooth. I don't really get this paint. It's like... There's some parts of it that I really like how it looks, and there's other parts where it just doesn't look that good. Maybe I just need to shake it a bit more. Umbreon, you prefer Sylveon or Flareon? You know, that's fair. Umbreon and Espeon are my favorites. I do like Sylveon as well. Sylveon is very cool. As a kid, Jolteon was my favorite evolution. He's just my little spiky boy. My little spiky boy. Ah. But yeah, I had, when I was playing original Pokemon Silver on the Game Boy Color, I had an Espeon, and it was just like, yeah, don't you Mespeon with my Espeon. It murdered everything. It was glorious. Oh, hang on, there's hair stuck on this miniature. I don't get how, like, miniatures just attract so much random hair. That's not there when you're building it, and then when you get to painting it, suddenly it's just acquired all these little strands of hair. Like, bits of eyelash and shit. Like, where does it come from? I know it comes from me, but, like... How? Where do you come from? It's so annoying. I am legally obligated. I don't dislike Sylveon. I just feel like Sylveon is a bit much, you know? Like, why does it evolve to have bows? I love everything about it. I just wish it didn't have bows, because I just feel like they're a bit silly. You know? But then again, Sylveon is just a silly little guy. So I get that. You know who I really liked? Who's that trainer in, that trainer who's the leader of Team Star with the Eevee backpack? She was really cool. I fucking love evolution trainers. And she fucking... Later in the DLC, she apparently wanted to have an Eevee fursuit, and I was just like, bruh, you are just repping a very specific demographic with this character. And I'm absolutely certain they feel absolutely seen, but they've not done anything to say officially that that's what she is. They are. And you know what? I feel like that's okay, you know? I bet Eevee and all the evolutions would act like cats. Yeah. There's... Yes. I know who you mean. I've seen them on Twitter. They do little animations as well, don't they? Maybe that's what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to, as I get older, I'm just going to get more cats and name them after evolutions. More cats. Infinite cats. That's what we need, chat. Infinite katos. Forever and ever and ever. Kato, what are you playing with? Once I finish with the Briar Queen shell, I'm going to take a very short break, stretch my legs, like a minute, and then we'll continue doing the rest of the wings. The airbrush is set up, I just need to like actually fill it with the paint and decide what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to use the lighter blue for the wings at first. Actually, maybe I'll do the beak, because the beak is very small and very quick, and the weird hair tentacles are also quite small and quick. Don't you know that Vaporeon is actually evolved from the Blahage Stone? That's what a water stone is. It's a tiny miniaturized Blahage in a rock. That's also why Vaporeon is, you know, the most compatible Pokemon in terms... God fucking damn it, I haven't done that coffee pasta in forever. I remember in my first like month of in my first affiliate subathon to celebrate getting affiliate, I did one of the things was, oh, maybe I'll do a throwback to that in my birthday. Be like, chat, give me a copy pasta and I will read it if you donate like a tenner to like the donathon. I feel like with this paint, you've got to be very inconsiderate of like how it overlaps with different areas. Cause you just kind of have to flood the area. Because if the coat isn't thick enough, it just looks shit. If the coat is too, because like you get lots of brush streaks and inconsistencies. Like I like this paint. I like the way it looks when it works the way you expect it to work. The problem is you have to use it really in a way that's way more heavy-handed than any of the other contrast paints I've ever used. So I don't... It looks cool though. Like I very much am liking this metallic ice look we're getting. But I'm almost certainly gonna have to like go in and do like proper highlights. Maybe with like some silver blue ink. That'd probably look quite nice. I reckon that will look quite nice. Yeah. When's my birthday? It's on the 31st of July. I have a week and a half off work, so it's going to be a fixed time. It's not going to be one of those infinite Taiga streams where we have a timer and it goes on and on and on forever. It's going to have donation goals rather than subscriber goals. So, yeah. It'll just be a set number of days. I'll stream pretty much from when I wake up till when I want to go to sleep. We'll do some game stuff. We'll have some games to chat. We'll do some painting. I'll do some horror streams because I know chat really wants me to do a bunch of horror games because you'll love hearing me scream. So that'll be fun. One of the subathon goals from the last subathon, which I haven't made good on, is to play all of the FNAF games, which are on my horror playlist. So I will do those probably on Thursday. Horror Thursday. Start that in the morning. And then maybe do some games to chat in the evening. I don't know. I've not played FNAF before, so I have no idea how long it's going to take. They don't look very long. No one wants you owe chat lies. Chat wants look. I may owe chat horror games. Okay, chat also wants me to play horror games. There are horror games I actually want to play though, like Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice and the sequel. I've heard Hellblade is very heavy. But yeah, next week I will finally play the FNAF. The Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the pizza place, right? So I get pizza, right? Chat's gonna get me pizza, right? To bribe me to play horror games, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's how it's gonna work. Lol. No. No. I kid. It'll be fun though. It will be fun. It'll be a nice time. We should play Lethal Company. Yeah, we can play Lethal Company. I haven't played Lethal Company in forever. I don't know. I feel like Lethal Company, and the same with Content Warning, they just get a bit samey after a while. But like, I haven't played in ages, so maybe it'll be nice to play them again. I'm always down for Darktide. I should probably play Helldivers again. Apparently it's getting a big update soon. I do enjoy my Helldivers. I do enjoy my Helldivers. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll do the Catnip redeem as like, it won't be super high up in the donation goal, but it won't be like crazy. Mostly the donation goal is going to help fund my new model, which will be the B-Tuber model. And like, I'm going to need to set, it probably, I reckon as long as I'm able to save money, which is hard, probably next year I'll finally do the big rebrand. I've got like a couple of design ideas because I want it to be the B-Tuber as like a prime aspect of it, but then there's also going to have other elements as well. I picked out a name that's not like taken, but I should be able to get some nice socials on brand and all that. Do the big rebrand, do the big relaunch. Make a bunch of memes, because I've been writing a bunch of memes. I just haven't sat down and made them. You've heard quite a bit of distant Taiga screams from Punk. Lol. Modded Lethal Company. That's true, man. Yay. I do have work in the morning though, so this is probably only going to go up until like midnight my time at the latest. I hopefully am for the most part going to get this guy done. The very last thing I'm going to do is the OSL and the fluorescent paints. I feel like you can see where I first used this paint versus where I've used it after learning how to use this paint. This is not my favorite paint to work with, Briarqueen and Chill, but it definitely looks a lot better. Like, I don't think Pilar Glacier works with metallics as a base, but Briarqueen Chill does, as long as you use a lot of it and really like flood the area, because then you get like a decent set of contrasts and tones. Which is weird, because I saw a contrast paint chart and it showed the opposite, where Briarqueen Chill didn't really show up on metallics, but Pilar Glacier did, which is why I thought I'll just use Pilar Glacier, right? Because it's going to look better. But anyway, it's getting the same effect I wanted. That kind of like cold, pale, kind of low saturation, metallic ice kind of look. Which I think will contrast really well when I get the OSL up, because the OSL is going to be really high saturation. At least I hope it will be. Demi, hello. Hang on. I have finished my monster. I have actual hydration now. How are you doing, Demi? Can we get a shout out for Demi, please? Thank you, Kay, for the lurk. How are you doing, Demi? It's always lovely to see you pop in. Kato. Hi. Look at this little goober. Look at this little goober. I should set up a second cam. I should set up a second camera. I do have a second webcam somewhere. Would you like to see Kato Boop? Kato Boop. You have no brain yet. Enjoy the floof. Kato. Dion. Many Kato hours. Okay, I'm gonna finish this Pilar Glacier and then we will have a cat break where we just appreciate cat. And I stretch my legs a little bit. And then we'll get started on the wing membrane and the claws, I think. Mended Pearl, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Taiga. I like to do variety games. We're doing a hobby stream today. I like Warhammer. I like games like Darktide and Helldivers. I do a lot of Souls-likes. Right now, we are working through our very first playthrough of Armored Core 6. Well, not right now, but yesterday we started it. I like to do hobby streams, like doing Warhammer and Gundams. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Let me give you a follow if I haven't already. How are you doing? Did you have a nice stream? I hope so. What were you up to? I recognize you. I'm almost certain I should be following you on Twitter. But yeah. I hope that you're having a wonderful day, and thank you so much for trusting me with your community. We're going to be continuing painting this Demon Prince for a little while. Yeah. If you're wondering what the music is, it is the Warhammer 40,000 Darktide soundtrack, which is, in fact, royalty-free to use, which I'm very grateful for, because it's thematically appropriate as it's a Warhammer game, and we are painting Warhammer today. We have our mic very close, so we're doing a little bit of ASMR. Not intentionally, it's just that if I don't have the mic here, you don't actually hear me because the mic has to be far away because of how the setup I've got for this hobby stream is. So my desk is very small, relatively speaking. But once we've done this coat, we're going to have a very short break. I'm not going anywhere during the break. I just have a little bit of a break to let this paint dry. Have a sippe, do some self-care, and put the Kato on the camera. Because usually the camera we're using to show off our hobbies time is actually our cat cam for our regular streams. So we can't have them both going at the same time, unfortunately. But that's okay. This is basically, the Briar Queen chill is almost done. We've just got mostly it's the face left to do. We can get through that easily enough. We'll just laying down some contrast layers for now. We're getting out the airbrush soon after this break. Where did it go? I think I just... Oh, that's interesting. You can see where the breastplate fuses with the skin here. I never noticed that before. This is the one thing I really like about this model, is as you go into painting it, like, you start to notice all these little details that aren't super obvious when you're doing in the build phase. But as you're actually focusing on the model itself and picking out all the little details, they start to become a lot more apparent. It's nice. It's nice getting to see more of the miniature and how it's been built. And all the little details they've put into the design. He has a very chunky neck. What are these weird, like, ear holes he's got? Oh yeah, because he's got a bird head, doesn't he? That makes sense. He's got these little quill things on his face as well. The beak, I think, we'll do in Leviathan blue, which is going to be a very dark blue. And the same colour we plan on doing the claws in. I think after the break, we'll do the Leviathan blue. There's not much of it that we really want to do. And then we'll get onto the airbrushing. We'll start airbrushing the wings in after that. Why airbrushing? It's a very big area. And I think I've seen a lot of people get very nice blends with airbrushing on things like wing membranes. So I think that's the goal, really. Some nice, lovely little blends in. And gradually fade it down to Leviathan blue. We're going to start with a bit more of a royal blue. One thing I think is going to be the challenge is masking off bits like the armor there. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. You kind of have to mask off... Oh, hang on, what's that? Little hair in the tentacle hair. How do all these little hairs get on the miniature? It's so annoying. I'm liking that the face is visibly darker than the rest of it, because that's going to be really nice when we get the OSL on the eyes. As I was painting that off stream. I'm still not entirely used to using the webcam and doing miniature streams. But we are slowly but surely going to get there. It looks very flat for now, but that is going to change. That is going to change as it dries and starts to sink into the recesses as contrast paints do. Sometimes you just want to give it a little bit more of a second coat. Not everywhere, just places where the saturation is a little bit lower than you want it to be. Yeah, I think that's pretty much done for that colour. Is it? There, a little bit more. A little bit more. Just to be a bit more consistent. Get that blended in later anyway. should be quite nice, I hope. But yeah, okay. I think that is that section done for now. A very short break. Put the cat on the camera. Flashbanged cat. Don't knock over my tracker, cat. Don't. Okay. I'll be back in a moment, chat. And then once we are back, we're going to work on the claws and all the little spiny bits and the hair tentacles and the beak, which is really just going to be one quick coat of Leviathan blue. I might mix that up while I'm on my short break as well. Yesterday you saw old people at the grocery fist fighting over 19-cent corn. Really? That's crazy, Venus. Can we get a shout out for Venus, please? How you doing? I hope you're having a nice day. But this cat, though, he is so sleepy. Cattle paddled. One thing I'm curious about in this stream, though, is to see just how contrast paints behave through an airbrush. Does Venus not stream? I thought Venus did stream. Oh, I think I'm mixing up Venus and Bepis. You don't need a better PC. That's fair. It's all about the processor. You want a processor that can run multiple programs effectively. Which I think AMD are technically better for, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Because, like, you don't need to have a super beefy PC. Like, super beefy PCs are more nice to haves than essentials for streaming, I think. Like, yeah. But, like, that's just, like, my opinion, man. I don't know, I don't know the technical things behind streaming. I just put stuff together and hope it works. And that's why I get scuff, lol. But you know, a stream without scuff, is it really a stream? Is it really a stream, chat? I don't know that it is, really. I need to find that other webcam. Okay, Mika, I hope you have a lovely day. You only have a laptop that's got good, but it only has like 8 gigabytes of RAM. Oh god, I remember back in the days where 8 gigs of RAM was a thing. No, Ponk did take my second webcam. It's the first one I'm looking for, which is like the slightly worse quality webcam. Not that this webcam is an amazing thing, it's only like a Logitech C920. But no, I have an even older webcam that I kind of use as a backup. It's somewhere here. The issue is, like, I've got just so much crap around my desk. I really need to tidy up and organize my hobby space. We will get there eventually. Eventually. Pippicato. Andy, hello, hello, hello. Pato the gato, I will pat. Gato, pato. Okay. Back to painting now. Okay, let's get back to it, shall we? What's going on? I've tangled my cables is what's going on. Okay. Okay, what's the plan now? The plan is to do all of the claws and spiny bits and the beaks in this very dark Leviathan blue. That in focus. Move that a bit closer. Yeah, that's kind of more or less in focus. What do you mean it's damn near done? It's not. It's not even close to being finished. It's definitely not close to finished, Kay. We just finished with that one color for now. There's still a lot more to do. A lot more to do. I'm gonna go in. We're just gonna go in and we are going to quickly do all of the claws and bits, and then we might do some of the other non-metallic colors. I like Leviathan blue as a color. It's just very... Lighting made it look fancy. Yeah, good lighting does that. Good lighting is essential for when you're painting. I love this color so much. Just this lush, very deep, almost black blue. God, I wish I didn't have nerve damage in my hands. They're so shaky. I don't know how much of it comes through that you guys can see. But it's very hard for me to keep my hands stable and still. Makes precision painting very difficult. But as long as you're persistent, as long as you keep trying, you can always do anything. That's the great thing about Warhammer. You can put as much or as little time as you need into getting things done the way you want to see things. You thought the silver claws and webbing was... No, the webbing is going to be very dark by the time we're done with that. The silver is just like, because we wanted it to look metallic. That's all. The idea is all the fleshy bits are going to be like bluish, which is going to look fantastic, I think. brush more of the pigment down towards the base. Look nicer down. One thing I do like about contrast paints is that they are to a degree auto-leveling. Because of the way the paint behaves, it seeks out the deepest parts. Unfortunately, it's not always perfect. Have I tried the weighted elastic gloves for hand stability? I have not. I didn't know those were a thing. Why? Is that Beeper? That is Beeper, isn't it? Reaper, you can't make me jump when I'm painting. What if I mess up? Wow. Hi, Reaper. How are you doing? That's a cute emote. You've got such lovely emotes these days, Reaper. I'm slightly jealous. I say slightly, I'm very jealous. I need to get better emotes. Not that my emotes are bad, but yours are just really nice. How are you doing, Reaper? Can we get a shout out for Reaper, please? You having a nice day? It's always lovely to see you pop in. Thank you, Metal. I'm good. We're just having a comfy painting day. It's nice. We haven't had one of these in a while, so I'm just glad to, like, get to do a nice hobby stream with everyone. Are you guys painting any Warhammers in chat? I hope that you'll share in Discord with me. I kind of feel like painting along with other people is always nice. Okay, that is that. Now let's do the claws on the hands. Nice and simple. So much easier to paint the nails on this thing than it is to paint my own nails. Let's do the hair tentacles, the hairticles. Yeah. We're having a nice, comfy, cozy day. I hope that you are as well, Reaper. We're doing accidental ASMR today. Partly because we can't put our microphone anywhere else without it being hard to hear us. So it has to be right up in our face. But it's a dynamic microphone, so it's built to deal with that kind of thing anyway. One time you were going door to door to Comcast many years ago. Came into this massive house where a dude brought me inside. He was painting some Warhammer, and I got to get to talking to him. And it turns out this guy is so rich, he has 7 tournament-sized armies. I've never been so envious. Oh god, 7 tournament-sized armies. That's a lot. That's a lot of Warhammer. No, I suppose it does depend on which armies you collect. Not all armies are that expensive. Like Imperial Knights, for example, you can get a tournament-sized army on a relatively cheap budget compared to, say, Imperial Guard. Kato, please stop moving the painting booth. What? But then again, in America, I know that Warhammer is exorbitant. Like, Warhammer is an expensive hobby in the UK, but it's way more expensive overseas. Wait, that's enough to pay for a small house? Holy shit. Anyway, I don't know what the housing market is like in America. Housing is expensive in Britain. I like the contrast between these blues. I think it looks really good. Now my hope is I can get some nice gradients on the wings between a light-ish blue and a much darker blue. But that's what the airbrush is. Oh god, we've gone over the thing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We've only gone over it a little. No one's going to notice that. It's just going to be shade. It's just going to look like shade. No one will see it. Another lies I tell myself. But it's fine. We'll come back to that. Thinking about housing prices these days, it would be more like a down payment on a small house. Yeah. This was before Knights were an army. Who was painting Imperial Guard and showed me his Dracaris. Oh my god. We are getting some overlap. We're being a little bit messy, but it's fine. It's all gonna work out. I'm sure of it. Okay. This spot done. This bit done. I'm hoping that this is going to work out nicely eventually. We're just a little bit away from where we are, where we want to be in terms of this model's overall look. One thing I'm uncertain about is whether or not I want to do the... I don't have the pot isn't big enough to do the dip method for shade, the final shade. Then again, I just brush it on. It's very nice oil. And I feel like the oil paint to wash it with in the end is going to look great. I guess I can do that off stream. It's literally just a single coat over the whole thing. But then again, I would need to do the object source lighting over that. I want it to look the same. Well, I've got it in view. This beaky boy done. You know what, my thinking for why he's got a beak is that he actually had a Mark 6 helmet before. And thus, his beaky became an actual beak. I think that makes all the sense in the world, don't you? Slightly lower than London, and you're not in one of the super well. That's crazy. Expert painting method. Don't admit to mistakes. Simply explain you are using novel shading methods. Oh, it do be that way. It do be that way. Though to be fair, once we get the airbrush out and start blending stuff in and doing inks and all that stuff, it probably won't be noticeable. We're gonna get in quite heavily there. I suppose the important thing is deciding where it is we want our light source to be. We need to have an ambient light source, but we also need to have our other lighting sources just like chosen for the OSL. But I know where the OSL is going to go. It's not going to be where most of the other lighting is, because it's all going to be very sort of kind of there, I guess. I'm very curious to see how it's going to look in the end. But we shall see. We shall see. One thing I'm curious about is how the oils are going to look, because I'm going to use white oil paint. I've never used white oil paint on a miniature before, so I'll use that to fill in the runes, and then once that's dried, I'll start with the fluoro. That'll come after the inks, so it's going to be like one of the last things we do. Oh shit. I've got some Briar Queen chill on the wrong bit. That's fine, we can cover that with verdigris. Verdigris is a lovely paint effect. It's like that kind of like greeny kind of residue that you see on bronze. I'm going to pop that on a lot of the armor. But I'm going to save dirty down rust effects for the reds, I think. Just because the browns and yellows will go really well. What? Andy, I've been bonked. Why? You keep hearing Darktide, holy shit. Los Angeles median house cost would be like 930k. Yeah, no, housing in London is insane. It's pretty similar. You can't get a small flat for less than $1 million in London. But yeah, no, I'm just using the Darktide music because it felt appropriate because it's Warhammer related. And the publishers are pretty based and they've said, yeah, you can just use this for streaming. And also, Darktide has some absolute bangers. It's nice because it's got bangers, but it's all kind of like backgroundish music. Which to me makes it the perfect kind of like, oh yeah, this is definitely streamer music, you know? Because it doesn't draw too much attention away from everything else we're doing. And it hits you with an off-world specs, and I'm just like, bruh, what an absolute fucking banger. We're almost done with the Leviathan. Actually, no, that's a lie. We've got the spikes on the tail to do as well. I did like the little pincery scorpion bit, but I didn't do the rest of it. And then I just realized I didn't fully do the tail-y stinger thing. You requested a pato earlier. You see no. Oh, I patoed the actual cat though. I thought that's what you wanted. I will give myself a pat. Hang on, what's going on with my tracking? Oh no, my tracking is dead. Oh my god, how long has it been dead for, chat? How long has my tracking been dead? Oh, is it VTube Studio? No, it's not VTube Studio. I just needed to recycle. I wish I could have like, I wish I could find my second my second webcam, because cat though, he hides in the shadows, waiting to strike. You thought it was a no tracking stream? I'd have put up a PNG tuber if it was a no tracking stream. No, my tracking was just dead for a bit. I didn't realize. Ah. You literally just got back inside. That's fair. You could never do a Daemon Prince model. Not because it's too much detail, but because you would spend your entire life kit bashing it, because Daemon Princes are supposed to all be unique. Yeah, I feel like they have enough stuff in there that you'd be hard pressed to find two Daemon Princes that look alike, to be fair. I kind of wish I'd gone with hooves instead of the claw feet. I thought the hooves looked a bit mid, but then I realized, hang on, I want something that represents all the different Chaos Gods. And like, I don't really have anything for Khorne other than I guess Khorne has given him the big chunky muscles. But then he's already a Space Marine, so it's not like he didn't already have big chunky muscles. Well, I think I need to up the exposure a little bit. Feeling a bit less saturated. Yeah, that's looking a bit closer to how it is on my end. This is going to be a long. I don't think I'm going to finish him. I don't think I'm going to finish him today. Eye facial mocap spotted. Yes, eye facial mocap is the good tracking, I think. Message failed to send. What? I didn't see that. I didn't see anything flagged by auto mod. Okay, let me apply a pato to the non-real cat doll. I mean, I am real. What am I talking about? I exist. I'm here. Believe in me. Well, I believe in you. Onwards. Anything more I need to add in Leviathan blue. That's a little more. That spine there. On the way, you can't see that because I've just put the base in the way. Yeah, this spine here. I really like the Leviathan blue. It's just a very nice color, you know? No shit. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We were gonna airbrush the darker blue over this bit anyway because it's a bit scaly. So yeah, that was always the plan. But now I'm just gonna have to make sure it blends immaculately with what else is going on here. And that's okay. My patient is the good stuff. You never use the newer one, but you use the new one, but not for any particular reason. I didn't know there was an update. I just kind of installed it on my phone. I've not bothered. I assume that my phone like does that all on its own. But I only use this phone for streaming. I should probably update stuff on it more. In fact, I should probably switch to using it as my main phone, but I'd be worried I'd break it because my current phone is just smashed a dozen times. Still works though, but I'm waiting for an upgrade, my contract to end so I can upgrade it to something a bit nicer. Then again, I don't really need a nice phone. I barely use my mobile phone for anything other than a couple of games. Okay. Before we switch to the airbrush, I'm gonna leave that blue to dry and work on... Hang on, have I missed a spot? I think, yeah, I think we're all done with Leviathan blue. I'm thinking now what I want to do is to work on the sword. Now the sword is going to be done with two different paints. One is Leviathan blue. Not Leviathan blue. One is Rattling Grime. One is Rattling Grime and the other is Space Wolves Grey. Rattling Grime. Where's Space Wolves Grey? I know it's around here somewhere. Big box of paint. Thought I took it out, but the Silver Column Grey is too dark for what I want to do. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Space Wolves Grey. I think we'll start with the rattling. Because it's darker, but also I'm gonna fill in the very center of the blade where all the runes are. I'm just mixing it up now. You see where all the runes are? I'm gonna fill that in rattling grime. So we get a nice contrast. Very nice contrast is my aim. Between that and the OSL when it comes out. Mix up the Space Wolves Grey while we're here. The skin is looking sick. I quite like the skin. It doesn't look... There's a lot of work left to be done on this model. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna get done, but I've got at least another 3 hours, so... I'm hopefully gonna get down to the point where I can start doing the weathering effects on the armor, have all the little bits touched up, gonna get the wings done in. I want to try and get to the inking. And maybe set up the OSL. 3 hours is not a long time in hindsight. My god, Space Wolf's great. The pigment gets so lumpy and it separates. And it's just a bit frustrating to work with sometimes. I might get a better outcome trying like Apothecary White. But it's not quite the tone we're going for. So I'm kind of hesitant to try it. My god, what is with my tracker? It's like it's just not working. I need to restart my iPhone. It's like it just doesn't want to unbind. Like it's coagulated horrendously. But that's fine. We'll get through this, chat. Okay, anyway, we'll start with the Rattling Grime for now. Re-enable my tracking and hopefully get it working. A little bit of scuff. A little bit. The skin is actually just Vallejo Silver over Leadbelcher. And then a little bit of Briar Queen Chill contrast over it. I think it's good. It has that like metallic ice kind of look I was aiming for, really. Which, you know, you feel like this guy would be a good candidate for London Purple? Maybe. I was gonna originally have purple as a color for the I was originally going to have purple as a color for the object source lighting and have all the runes light up in purple and stuff. But I think that's too close to what we've got. I'm thinking, because a good part of the OSL is like the rune on the arm there. the Chaos Star. I'm going to have that lit up as well in fluorescent green. And because of the colors. Chemical compound reaction. Really? I'm not familiar with that color, but I probably don't have it. Maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, I do think this is the right color. I'm not sure though. Maybe I want it to be a bit darker. The Rattling Grime was a much darker color. I remember it being a darker color. Oh well. It kind of, yeah, maybe I want to go even darker. Maybe I do want to go darker. Basilicolum Grey is very dark, which has me worried that it's going to be too dark. This one kind of just makes it look a bit sort of like dirty. But Rattling Grime, I remember using Rattling Grime over Metallic and it was delightful before. But let's try Basilicolum Grey. It wasn't well on the plan, but we had it nonetheless. But I guess the darker it is, the nicer it's going to be when the OSL, when the white goes in there. Oh no, I like Rattling Grime. It's a fantastic color. But the issue with Rattling Grime here is I wanted it to be a very dark color. And it's not nearly as dark as I was hoping it would be. We're just gonna dab that off. And get an even darker color on. Very careful not to overload the brush, because I know Basilicolum Grey can in fact be very close to black sometimes. And that's not quite what we want. So I guess a black blade would look quite cool. Oh, very dark. I feel like this is more what we were going for. Yeah, I think that's more what we were going for. London purple is mostly arsenic. Holy shit. No thank you. Isn't arsenic horrendously poisonous? No. Black Legion contrast is, like, really dark. Black Templar might have been a good fit, actually, but Black Templar is the color we use for all the robes and whatnot. I don't like Black Legion because it's, like, its coverage is too good for contrast paint. Sometimes Basilicolum Grey is like a thick version of Null Noil, is what it feels like. Okay. I think what I want to try and do, tiny amount of thing and get some nice wet blending on the go. Add a little bit of shading. Yeah, I think Basilicolum Grey is definitely the way. too much paint on that brush. Get this side. Yeah, I think Basilicolum Grey is good. It's very neutral, so it's going to look really great when the OSL comes on. Tiny bit more paint on the brush. See you later, Kay. Thank you so much for the luck. What? Don't miss your appointment. Okay. This is starting to look more or less like we wanted it to. Getting some nice-ish blends. I'll probably go over it with a second coat. Later on. I like that. I like that. It could be a bit darker, but I like that. I feel for what we're trying to achieve, this has kind of done its thing, because we've got that. It's not non-metallic metal, but it's kind of like echoing that kind of style, but in a less it's in a more low contrast way. I'll probably highlight that later with some pure silver from Vallejo Gamer. Okay, what else? What else is on the agenda? I guess what we'll do is we'll do that cloak in that little loinclothy thing. Black Templar, nice and quick. One thick coat should do the job. Maybe. We'll get it mostly done. And for now, getting it mostly finished is the plan. Where the hell is my Black Templar? I know I separated out Black Templar. Maybe I didn't. It's not in my paint. Okay. Box of many paints. Where are you? Where is Black Templar? Wild Word. That's not good. Earth. Not it. Wait. Apple. Not it. Green shade. That's not it. Okay, so it's not in my big box of paint. So... Oh, there it is. It was too close. It was right in front of my face. Of course it was right in front of my face. The soundtrack has gone far too quiet. What is going on with my tracking lately? I don't know what has happened. Is it V Bridget that's dying? It is V Bridget that's dying. Okay, let me restart V Bridget. Scuff, why? Why all of this scuff? Okay. Reaper, thank you so much for being a lovely person, for always being a lovely member of this community, for always just being a delight in chat. It's always lovely to see you, and I always appreciate your contributions to us here. You are a wonderful being, and are a very good boy. Thank you for being our friend. Okay, yeah, no, my tracking is scuffed. I don't know what's going on with that. How do you restart an app on the iPhone? Because every time... Oh, now it's working. Is it working? Why are you so scuffed? Oh my god. Fine. You know what? Fine. Fine. I don't need tracking anyway. Just one less thing to worry about, right, chat? One less thing to worry about. What? I can't believe my stream is so scuffed. I'm not even doing anything that technically that requires much technical shit. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's my phone just cannot handle the heat. And it's just decided, nope, no more of this. Not if it can say anything about it. Which, to be fair, if I had the option, I would also say no more of this heat. Because summer can get in the bin. It's too hot. It's too hot, chat. I am perspiring. I had a shower not that long ago and I'm already sweaty. It's like, bruh. Bruh, why? Why is this paint so thick? Not meant to be this thick. What's going on with this paint? This is like Briar Queen Chilligan. Zero, how are you doing? Are you having a nice day? Welcome, welcome. Like, it's contrast paint. It's not meant to be this thick. I wonder if it reacts badly to temperature, to high temperatures. I know paint does sometimes behave differently at different temperatures. It'd be weird if Games Workshop didn't, like, formulate their paints to work in Britain, the country that they operate in, primarily. The country in which they are based. Well, this is not behaving like a contrast paint. Holy shit. I don't even know what this is behaving like. It's behaving like sludge. But it doesn't feel like sludge. It's this thick when I stick my brush in the paint. That's so weird. Hey, feline. I will give you a bean. We need bean tower. Give me one moment. Let me finish this section, and then I will give you your bean tower. Need to get this loincloth finished on this side. Then we shall begin the bean tower that will pierce the heavens. Okay, one bean coming up. I am, my tracking is scuffed. It's like it fixes itself for like a few seconds and then it just decides to die. I don't know what's up with it. It's very strange. And very annoying. Bean shot tower shall begin down here this time. How you doing, Zero? How you doing, Feline? Are you guys having a nice day? I hope so. Now we're gonna go into the back. We're gonna go into the back. And we're just gonna get all of this white, black. Have you seen the Warhammer board Zorp is doing? I have not. Who's Zorp? I feel like I know that name, but I don't know why I know that name. Should I know who Zorp is? Consume liquid. I will consume liquid, Callus. One moment, though. I will consume liquid once this contrast is laid down. I should check it out. Okay. Send it to me and I will examine. I will perceive it. I will perceive. Feline, it's done like that so that basically you have the longest period of uninterrupted streaming. It also lets me do things like tab out and whatnot. They did Osgiliath board in the... Holy shit. That's cool as hell. I remember seeing on tabletop, on Play on Tabletop, they did a Battle of Helm's Deep board. And it looked amazing. But yeah, Feline, I've set up ads like that so that basically you get all of them at the start of the stream and then you don't really get any other ads. So yeah. You know, you could always, and I'm just saying, Just saying, you could go ad-free by dropping a subscription, lol. That is always an option. Always an option on the table. Okay. Right, with that done, I think we ought to move on to doing these skulls and things. We've obviously got some Skeleton Horde and some Argus Dunes. What other colours work for skulls? Because I don't want them to be all the same. Maybe something with a slight green tinge, like Plague Bearer Flesh. Yes. Maybe something with a slightly more yellowy hue. Then again, the yellows are a lot more highly saturated. We've got Skeleton. Mortarian Grime could work. So could Rattling Grime, actually. I don't think the flesh tones work. They could work. Not darker as flesh, though. Garagak Sewer could work. I don't think Wild would work. No, Garagak Sewer is too dark, actually. Yeah. I think those are good. Hey, Epheline. Sorry about that, but I have set up that way so that most of the stream you won't get any ads. So whereas if you have shorter ad breaks, they come up all the time. But here it's like basically once an hour at most is all the ads you'll get, and that's the maximum. Usually you don't get any after the first wave. But you know, subscriptions they make this thing ad free, and I am a broke beach, so I must have my ads. That's how it works, unfortunately, because we live in a society. Oh, I found the Space Wolves Grey. God damn it. I can't believe I couldn't find it, and that's why it wasn't doing the thing. You're broke as fuck, you can't afford to. That's fair. That is fair. I know that Twitch recently upped the minimum price of subscriptions recently, which is a pain. Nobody liked this decision. Because the only people it hurts are the people that would have subscribed and the people that, like, you know, need that money as a content creator. It's a shame, really. It is a shame. Nobody likes it. But sadly, Twitch do be a bitch sometimes. What am I doing? I'm mixing up some paints to do all these skulls on the belt. I'm gonna try and do them all different colors to make it seem like, yeah, they've all been, like, at different times put on this thing. I think that makes sense, right, chat? I can't anger the Twitch gods. I don't break terms of service because, you know, I am smart mostly. I say that, controversial marketing is a thing, and getting banned does actually help people out sometimes. But I'd rather not risk it, because, like, it's the smaller content creators that get absolutely destroyed by bans. Whereas if you're pretty big, it really doesn't matter. And if you're pretty big and you make a lot of money on Twitch, then you're never really banned. That's how it works. Let's see. I think I'm going to work on this from lightest to darkest colors. So I think we'll start with the shade tones. And then we'll move on to the contrasts. It should work out really well, I think. Okay. I've got my paints in order. I have 2, 4, 6, 8 different paints. How many skulls do we have? I'll try and get them all a different color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on that side. And 4 on that side. Okay. I'll start out with Seraphim Sepia. It's a nice yellowish brown ink. That's just going to go nicely over 2 of the skulls, I think. The reason why I'm starting with these is because if we decide that we don't like the color, we can just change it later. And Seraphim Sepia over white just makes a very nice, simple, easy, decent looking skull. Without much effort. And once again, I know people say 2 thin coats is the way, but with very thin paints, with inks and contrasts, you can kind of get away with 1 thick coat. And, you know, because of the nature of what we're doing, we don't mind if we get, like, those nice build-ups. Oh, random hat. We'll do this one on this side. We'll do 1 on the other side. And then we'll switch up to our next color. But also, these are skulls, so, like, they should be somewhat pale. So we're more just tinting at this point than doing anything, than actually coloring. Which, you know, it works. It works. Okay. Seraphim Sepia is done. Next, we will use shade Reichland Flesh Shade. Actually, no, we'll use Agrax Earth Shade. Hi, Sliv, how you doing? I thought they stopped twerk emotes on Twitch. I'm not complaining. I'm just I know a few people that tried to put them up and they got denied by Twitch mods. They were forbidden to twerk. I mean, I'm okay with you twerking on stream. That's fine. Do the thing. You do you, boo. Agrax Earthshade is just a very nice brownish tint. And when it goes on thickly, it creates some very high contrast over white. But I don't think that's the skull we wanted to tint, so we're going to do another skull instead. Like that one down there. I should have really looked at all of my available skulls. Some of them really want a thicker coat of paint than this. Oh wow. A more pigmented paint than this. But look, see, that looks great. That one skull there. Fantastic. Minimum effort. Okay. Okay. Let's go with Reichland Flesh Shade for now. So obviously, because this is Reichland Flesh Shade, we're going to want to pick one of the skulls that's got a little bit more... looks a bit more zombie-ish. So... pick this guy down here. He's actually got some hair on him still as well. We'll go in with another color to grey out that hair. Maybe Reichland Flesh Shade isn't the right color. It doesn't really work. Let's move on. It's a bit too rich, you know? Let's go for Mortarian Grime next, which will be a slightly green tint. It should look nice, though. That guy in there looks mostly intact. Nice yucky little green tint to that one. Yeah, again, see, doing one thick coat of a Citadel shade, it works for some things, but not others. It really depends on what you're trying to do. But this is all part of experimenting. These little skulls, we've got time, and we've got lots of different things we can play around with. So it doesn't really matter too much if things go wrong. But I think we've settled on Agrax Earthshade and Seraphim Sepia as the shades that work in this situation. Let's go with some Aragus Dunes. Be a nice sort of sandy-ish, yellowish brown. Where could I put this? It almost looks a bit golden. It's a good color. Good color, Aragus Dunes. I think it's nice. Like, because you will get these weird sort of discolored skulls naturally. So I think it works for the purposes of what we're doing here. Just some quick accessories. Now, do we want to go Rattling? I think we want to go Rattling. No, we want to go Skeleton Horde. The one actual bone color that we've not bothered to use yet. Imagine using an actual color for its intended purpose of doing skulls. Kind of come to realize that Seraphim Sepia doesn't actually look that different to the other one, Agrax Earthshade. It's just kind of like a lighter version, isn't it? Pick that one out. Actually, the Mortarian Grime does actually look kind of good on that one. Okay. I like doing these because it's just little things that go by quite quickly. Let's do the Plague Bearer Flesh. I've not actually used this paint before. Oh no, I tell a lie, I have used it on some Kitbashed Possessed I did a little while ago. And I think this guy, who's still mostly intact. We've done a Heron, but we will go over that Heron a little bit with, I'm thinking grey? Yeah, still call him grey. I'm slightly worried that since all these paints are wet and I'm just doing them in rapid succession that they might bleed into each other. But that's fine. That's fine. It'll all work out in the end. A little bit of paint bleed. I will do a hydrate pad though. Thank you. Yeah, I think I need to go in with another coat of Basilicolum Grey on that sword. I might do that later. Not too much later. Definitely going to do it before I forget. What happened to this skull? It's like it's just been completely crushed at some point. There once was a skull here, but now there's not. I guess I'll just do this guy, because he's just hanging out there. Probably could have done that in a higher contrasting color, but you know. He's probably been scorched a little bit. So he's just a bit charred being on front there. Yeah. Nice and quick. Belt of skulls. In varying colors. Nice amount of contrast. I like that. Not perfect, but then again, this isn't a miniature we're like hoping is gonna look amazing. This is a miniature we're just like painting to try and practice some new things and slowly build it up into something. There's no reason afterwards it might not become even more. We're getting very close to having to do the reds, and I'm not quite there just yet. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. We are going to... That Basilic Column Grey is still not very grey. I know that Black Templar is going to get 2 black, because that's what that is. I want this shade to be a bit darker, though. So another coat of Basilic Column Grey. And hopefully by the time we're done with the sword, by the time we're done with the sword, the hair on that one will be dry long enough for us to add a coat straight from this into that with whatever excess is left on the brush. That's starting to look more the part. I'm gonna put some drops on it and then blend it right after. Nice, quick blend. Add a bit of that artificial shine. Which a lot of people like to do with their sort of more non-metallic kind of metals. But it works quite well with contrast over metallic, I think. Does that look dry enough? Fuck it, it doesn't matter. Or maybe it does matter, lol. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, I promise. It'll look great. See, and it still has the green tint, and it's done. Nice and quick. Nice and quick. So you have a terrible revelation about Space Marines. Gene Scene gives broad immunity to poison and disease. Also alters the way the human brain functions, resulting in a narrow focus, need for routine, and a stunted ability to bond socially with others outside your neurotype that doesn't share your focuses. Therefore, Gene Seed is a vaccine that causes autism. What the fuck? Bruh. Andy. I mean, Demi. What the fuck? Where did that come from? Why? Why would you curse us with this knowledge? Why would you do this to us, Demi? Why? Why? I can't believe you've done this. You have cursed us, Demi. I can't believe that. I can't believe you've done this. Holy shit. Okay. Well. Anyway. Wait. Do I need... Fuck, did I put Volupus Pink there? Ah! No, I didn't put Volupus Pink back. I think I put Sigvald Burgundy. What? No, Sigvald Burgundy is there. I think Volupus Pink is... I think Volupus Pink is definitely the colour I want to use for the tongue. So let's get in there and give that tongue a nice pink coat. And then we'll do the sword hilt and the leathers in Sigvald Burgundy. I think I'll leave the teeth in metallic. There was another pink I had, and I can't remember what it was called. I thought it was really good, and I just wanted to quickly double check. Chaos Space Marines just have too much ADHD. Bruh. 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 Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh shit, maybe it was Magus Purple I wanted to use. I'm gonna quickly double check my possessed. It was one of these. One of these possessed color on. Really liked it. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, no, I think it was Magos Purple. Volupus Pink does not look very pink. But you know, that's okay. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. With how some chapters in Primarch's act, you feel like it's wrong? Maybe. But who's to say? Everything is canon after all. You know what? Purple Tongue will be fine. I mean, this is a bit deeper than I thought it would be. This tone. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine in the end. Because we're going in there with white, and then we're gonna do some other stuff. And it'll be great. It will. No more Volupus Pink. Yeah, it was definitely a purple. It was definitely a purple. I remember ordering a bunch of, yeah, I think it was Magus Purple is what I wanted to use. It had this really nice, pinky kind of fleshy tone when it was meant to be purple. Kaz was autistic. Guys. It's fine. We all know that Space Marines are neurodivergent, but we can't definitively say in what capacity. The only thing I know is that there was this one time where the writer literally said the Space Marines was waited in autistic silence. That is something that is written into one of the novels. I don't know why they decided to describe the silence as autistic, though. Like, they could have just wanted quiet. I can't remember. I think it was Night Lords. I think they were actually Night Lords, in fact. But it is in one of the novels. Like, I remember seeing it on Reddit as a book extract, and people were like, well, Space Marines are autistic. And then I saw someone make a meme of it with a Space Marine holding up a sign saying, please be patient with me, I have autism. And I was just like, lol. I'll find the meme. I'm pretty sure I've reposted it on one of my pages at one point. Makes sense, Night Lords are autistic. Maybe. I feel like the criminals aren't. The criminal element of the Night Lords aren't. I think the criminal elements of the Night Lords are just assholes. Okay. So. Maybe it was Dreadful Visage. I'm not sure. I am not sure, chat. Occurs on the spectrum confirmed. God damn it. So. We are getting to the point now. We have reached the point where we can, in fact, start using the airbrush. So my plan is to use the airbrush on the wing membranes. We're going to come in with Celestium Blue, which is going to be a nice royal blue kind of color. And we'll get a slow coating on the wing membrane. And eventually, once that's mostly done in with nice gradients, we'll add a little bit of contrast with Airbrush Leviathan Blue, which is a much deeper, the same purple, the same dark blue we used on the spines of the things. And all the claws and stuff. My goal is to try and maybe create some fades in from like the light Pilar Glacier here into this. With a sort of like rich kind of royal blue as a sort of in-betweenish color. So hopefully it's going to work out. I'm not well versed in airbrushing, and I know you can use contrast paints in an airbrush, but I'm not sure how much of the contrast paint property remains when you do that. I'm going to quickly mix these up. I mixed them up at the start of the stream because I thought we'd get to this point a lot sooner than we did. But we're just going to make sure that the pigments are nicely mixed in with the medium. I've never actually used this paint before, so I'm hoping it's going to be nice. It looks nice on all the paint charts. And I'm hoping it'll have a nice sheen with this metallic kind of undercoating it's going to go over. Oh, I missed a skull. Oh well, we'll go over that later. I missed that skull on the wing. I completely didn't see it. Okay. That's hopefully going to be enough paint in the airbrush chamber. And I'm hoping that by doing this, it's going to get all the overlap from the initial Briar Queen shell. Okay. Okay, let's try this. And make sure when you're using an airbrush that you should mask stuff where you can. You need to hold the miniature in a way where you're not going to get paint in places you don't want to. Oh, that looks great. It's a lovely color. Not quite what we might have initially had in mind, but I'm kind of here for it, honestly. Oh. I should have done this from a downwards angle, actually. I'm not used to using... So the comment on autistic silence that I think summed it up well. Neurotypical silence can be awkward. Autistic silence isn't awkward because it's our default state. You know, that's fair. That is fair. God, I love this blue. I mean, I might have... Oh, it might be... The pigment on this is a lot stronger than I thought it was going to be. But you know, we've already committed to this, so we're just gonna keep going. God, I should have... Oh, what's happened? I could just leave just a smidge of silver on the wings, like just at the top. That might look quite nice, actually. My God, I didn't expect the pigment to be this strong. Usually contrast paints don't have pigment this strong. Holy shit. Look at that. It's so rich. I'm definitely gonna have to darken these. But my word, that's a lovely color. God, also airbrushing. So good. I was also going to do this tail, the scales on this tail. I'm going to quickly give these a Baja Blast. I'm really liking using the airbrush, to be honest. It's just such a nice way of shading stuff. I can't wait. I'm gonna also do... I'm just gonna do a lot of... I'm gonna do a lot of blue shading here. My plan was to go in with blue ink on the final stages with the inks. But you know, this also kind of works. Also kind of works. Oh shit, that was too much. Still, it's nice though. It's such a vivid contrast to the armor. It's so... God, I should have just gone in with the airbrush from the start. I would save myself so much time. Holy shit. I'm just doing this all off camera right now. I genuinely didn't think it would be, the pigment would be this strong. But I'm here for it. I am here for it. Oh, shit. Okay. We've got a little bit too much on the... We've got a bit of a spillage. That's fine. I'm just going to go in with a wet brush and quickly undo that. Use water to lift that off. And go in with a wet tissue. That's the great thing about contrast paints. If you make a mistake, there's always a way to quickly undo it as long as you're quick. Yeah, it's a happy accident. This has been good though. Big fan of how these wings are turning out though. Like, this color is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Gonna go over that with a few passes of air with no pigment in the chamber. And now what we're gonna do after that is add a couple of drops of the Viadin Blue. To the chamber. We're not gonna clean out the Celestian Blue. Mostly because I kind of want to mix these two a little bit. But this is going to be a much darker pigment, so I'm going to have to be a lot more careful with it. I feel like I'm in a science lab with like my little pipettes and my droppers, trying to like blend stuff together. It's such a nice vibe. It's such a nice feeling. Okay. I don't think this... I'm curious as to what this is going to be like, but... Nothing ventured. Okay, I need to be a bit closer to actually... God, I love airbrushing. It's so good. Like, it just makes... It lets the model do a lot of the lighting work for you. Okay. You need to learn how to do glow highlights before you ever paint chaos units. Motherfucker's got to be glowing like a Christmas tree. That's what we're going to do with this guy at the end. Give this guy a little facial. I mean, what? I don't know that contrast paint plays perfectly well with the airbrush, but it works. Mika, hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I definitely should have gone in with the airbrush from the start. Just so much, just... There's so much more you can do with it, honestly. It's such a useful tool to have in your arsenal. Or at least as someone who doesn't really know what they're doing. Oh, Mika, you are such a sweet bean. You are the sweetest of beans, truly. Ooh, I'm looking forward to seeing how the inks... Oh god, look at that shimmer. I don't know how if you guys can see it, but there is a delightful shimmer on these wings. Like... What do we think, chat? Is this a nice, like, gradient kind of deal? Because I am I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the imperfections of it, to be honest. Oh shit. That's not... It's not painting where I'm aiming. That's weird. God, have I messed up the needle or something? How did I do that? No, probably not. Maybe I just don't know how to aim with this thing. I think I need higher PSI. Yeah, I think I need higher PSI because it's not going where it's like falling off a little. Oh god, no wonder. There's like not nearly as much pressure as I thought there was in the compressor. Okay. That should have corrected it. Now the deeper pigments are coming out. I think I'm going to get back into Warhammer just to get a viable army size. There's a couple of neat models to enjoy painting the factions. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. I don't have as much time as I would like to for painting, for actually playing the game. So why one of the things I'm hoping to do at some point in the future is to do like battle reports with me and Pink at some point. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, that Leviathan blue is just... Oh, shit. I forgot to mask the model behind where I was spraying. Oh my god. 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 What an absolute mess. I didn't realize I was spraying onto the rest of the model. Okay. That's fine. We're safe. We're safe. Everything's fine. Cool. Must remember to mask. Must remember. So we're not gonna repeat the same mistake. God, if you could see that, that was terrifying. Talking with Punk and Pete's watching Taiga. Oh, that sounds like a lovely time. I'm glad that we are one of your choices of company. It always feels nice when people choose to spend their time with us. My god, I love airbrushing. It's so good. It makes everything seem so much easier. Oh. Okay, this is much better now that I understand the right settings for the airbrush with contrast paints. I didn't realize I needed it to be so much more higher pressure. We've just gone over that bit again, but thankfully we can quickly just wipe it down because a wet brush, it's not going to dry straight away. And also, we were planning on using blue ink to tint the red a little bit purple, just because I thought it would look nice. I might instead go with more magentas. What do we think, chat? What do we think of these wings? I think they're what we were looking for without realizing it was what we were looking for. Look at that. Is that not really nice? It's a bit inconsistent, but we kind of like the inconsistency if I want to be real with y'all. Look at that shimmer. My god. That's better than I thought it was going to be. They look otherworldly, which is kind of how I... Yeah, supernatural vibes is what I was going for. I'm not sure what to do about this, though. This doesn't... You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna tint all of it. I'm definitely gonna need a lighter. I thought I'd dropped the model and broken something there. I'm definitely gonna need a lighter. I'm gonna need a lighter color to go over everything with a bit. You know, I think this works. I think this really works. Kind of like that there's a little bit of an inner glow there. Okay. Okay. What's next is... I kind of want to just get this flesh done, really. Do I want to have a lighter blue? No. No, I think we're good for values, actually. I think what we're gonna do is next we are gonna... Actually, what do I want to do? I'm not sure. Like, yeah, there's been some overspill with some of the blue, but like, that's okay. I think what I want to do right now is... I think we want to, first of all, clean out the airbrush before any of the paint in there dries, because that's going to be a bad time. So I'll be AFK for a very short period while I do that. There is no cat in the cat hole, so I can't give you cat cam while I'm gone this time. But yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. You'll probably hear the airbrush making noise while I'm doing this. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, maybe work on. There's a couple things I need to finish off. I need to go over some of these skulls because the airbrush pigment has been very, very rich. I want to go over the I want to go over some of the metallics again. Not too many of them, but I think we are on our way to being finished. We might actually finish today. Yeah, no, those wings, better than I thought they would be. Okay, I'll be back shortly, chat. Quick start chaos. This whole stream is chaos. We are literally painting a demon of chaos. Well, you cannot create more chaos. It is impossible. I mean, technically you can. We appreciate the chaos. Well, what am I doing, chat? What am I doing? So I was thinking I would work on some golds again. I think that's what we want to do. Get the golds up, get some silvers on the go, because we've created a lot of darkness there. I feel like, yeah, I feel like I just need a little bit more lightness to it. I'm thinking, what would I do? What would I do next? I want. I'm just gonna keep cleaning out the airbrush because I need to clean it out before it dries and things go bad. Well, I just don't want it to dry because then it's gonna be a pain to clean more than anything. But it's mostly done. I just need to do a couple of bits here and there. Okay. The airbrush. Oh, hang on. What was with my tracking? Sometimes it feels like it works, and other times it feels like it just doesn't want to, and I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is, because it's been having problems with iFacial mocap, it's been having problems with vBridger. It just sometimes decides to work, and other times it just doesn't, and I don't understand. I wish you would just be consistent, tracking. you're at the very least a bit consistent, then I can work with you. Okay, just gonna blast out any debris and leftover pigment from the airbrush. And then, once that's done, should be able to do something really cool. Okay, I think I've cleared out the chamber. It looks like I've cleared out the chamber. Okay, what's next, chat? I was thinking I'd work on some metallic bits. So there's a couple of things I want to do in terms of the metallics. There's one bit of leather I want to do. Okay, so let's start with doing the leather. We'll start with the leather because that's gonna be, well, that's gonna be the most important, really, because then we don't have to worry about getting metallic flakes in our paint water. We also want to go in. Oh god, I did snap a bit. Oh no, you see that bit? When I dropped it, it snapped the end of that thing. I thought I heard something snap. That's really disappointing. My own fault though. Nothing we can't cover with just a little bit of ingenuity. I say ingenuity, I just mean I'm gonna put paint on it. Oh. But there is the issue of it being raw plastic. Just slightly concerning. When you snap open a bit and it's like in the middle of painting. Just need to get this here because I did a little bit of overlap. I really don't want to have to go in with more correction. Just taking this off camera for a second just so I can get a slightly different look at it. Okay. Cool. Now, quickly dab Leviathan blue on the brush. And it will just cover that up nicely. I know it's technically not primed, but like, Citadel plastics are coarse enough that most things adhere to them, whether you want them to or not, including blue tack. But I think today's airbrush experiments have been going quite well, to be honest. So, I'm thinking first what we want is to get in with that gold. Oh, actually, no, that's a lie. We need to go back and do... It's still dry. Well. Oh, it is. Excellent. Do with a little bit of... God, I really underestimated how much coverage I was going to get with that Leviathan blue. That's okay. We're just gonna quickly base coat some of the skulls again so we can redo them quickly. Nice simple contrast paint. We don't really care too much about these little things because they're not really the kind of elements you want the eye to be drawn to. They're just kind of accessories. And we aren't trying for Golden Demon. Okay, Mika. I hope you have a lovely time. Stupid hair. I hate when hair gets stuck on a model. It's the most annoying thing ever. Some of the skulls actually escaped the bluening. That green one actually looks a bit better for getting a bit of blue on there, I think. But I think those ones that we've picked out, those three, yeah, just quickly do a little bit of contrast on them. This guy, I think, needs to be a bit brighter in hindsight. Okay. Well, we can't really work on those in the same way. But I think what I want to do, once again, go in with the Sigvald Burgundy on that hilt, because it's just a bit too blue. Also a bit too blue. Yeah, that'll do. But I really like the gradient we've built on these wings. Very happy with that. I'm very happy with that. For a first attempt at anything like this, I think we did okay. I didn't expect it to end up so dark, though, but, you know, that's okay. That's okay. Still got these odd little bright bits. One thing I'm uncertain about is how it's going to react to when we start getting things like the inks and. So I'm thinking we'll do some general like mid red ink over it, just on like from like a sideways kind of view, just to add a bit more intensity. Then when that's done, we'll add a yellow ink highlight, and then I'm thinking a blue ink, just, you know, primary colors, just to make it pop a little bit more is my thoughts. And then when that's all done, we'll go in with the oil. But first I want to do some work on the metals. So I'm thinking we will work on the neutral metals first, then the gold, and then yeah, the neutral metals first, then the gold, and then maybe some brass tones and bronzes here and there. That's my thoughts, at least, for now. Get rid of some of these paints we're not using anymore. I just realised I also need to pull out some paints that I put away. What am I looking for? Argus Dunes. Seraphim Sepia. Skeleton Horde? Where's my Skeleton Horde? Where is my skeleton? It should be near the top because I just put it back in here not that long ago. Oh well, we can just work with what we've got. I would like to find it though. I just like having different colors. Okay, that'll do. Hopefully those will all be dry by now. I just realized one other thing we need to do, but we'll save that for the end, I think. We were going to go over some of the other cables before we switch to metallics in Black Templar. Okay, let's crack on, shall we? God, I'm really a fan of contrast paints. They just make the process so much more streamlined. We'll do Seraphim Sepia on the rest. Okay. Oh shit, that was too much. Oh wow. Wet brush, pull some of it off. God damn it. Okay. No, Seraphim Sapphire doesn't do it. It needs to be something thicker. I don't want to keep getting this in contrast. Okay. I need to find one of my alternatives. There it is, Skeleton Horde, right on top. How did I not see you? Well, let's go. Quick coating of that on the skull, and then we will switch over to metallics. kind of like how some of the skulls here are a bit deformed. Like, it makes it seem like, yeah, they've been in fights and whatnot. And I think it makes sense. It just makes sense, you know? Okay. Let's do that Black Templar contrast on some of those cables. And then, once that's done, we can get to work on the metallics. Get rid of some of that blue that's gotten on there. Where are the keys? It's moments like this where I think, why do I not do pre-assembly paint? Then I'm like, I feel like I'd probably mess it up a lot more. Because it's easier to see where lighting is meant, how lighting works and all that, and it's easier to do like zenithal highlights when the model is assembled. I feel like I'd end up gluing over bits of the paint, and then it would just look a bit meh, you know? Knowing me, I'm not the best painter in the world. I enjoy the hobby, which is the important thing. I'm slowly getting better. Each mini I paint, I learn something new. And this was definitely a really cool experience, like doing airbrushing on these wings. Like I'm just really happy with the wings. If I'm not happy with anything else on this miniature, I'm happy with the wings. And that's the one thing I wasn't sure I'd be able to do well. I say the one thing. There's a lot of things I wasn't sure I'd be able to do well, but like I think it's overall working out quite well. You have a question, Mika. What is your question? I don't know why my tracking is broken, by the way. Everything should be working, but it's not. But, you know, just how we roll in today. Things being a bit broken. But shoot, go for it. I'm gonna quickly take the time while you're doing your question to have a quick double check of my metallic paints I want to use. I'm curious to see how speed paint metallics will work over the darker pigments that are effectively acting as the base coats for it now, to be honest. I hope it works quite well for stipling, or is going to help me get like a nice dark gunmetal look on some of it. How long have I been into Warhammer? Well, I started playing Warhammer at the age of 4 during 2nd edition. In my teenage years, I kind of just took a break from the hobby. It just wasn't really interesting me as much. Mostly because I wanted to buy things, but I didn't have the money for it. So I just, because I used to share an army with my dad. And then when he was done with Space Marines, which were my Dark Angels, he ended up moving into Imperial Guard. So I just had the Dark Angels there. And then he started doing Sisters of Battle as well. And then I kind of like took a break from the hobby. I started doing a Lost in the Damned army using borrowed models that he wasn't using because he switched to Sisters of Battle and Dark Eldar. And then he just had these old guardsmen lying around. I was like, okay, well, I'll just get one box of Chaos Space Marines and a character and use his old Bloodthirster. And then that was my Lost in the Damned army in the Eye of Terror campaign ages ago. And that was kind of the last I ever played. I think that was in 3.5 edition 3.5. That was early 2010. No, early 2000s. And then I haven't been into Warhammer until a couple of years ago, when I was just like, well, I've got these miniatures. Let's do something different for a Christmas stream. And I painted some of my dad's old Metal Sisters of Battle. That was what, like a year and a bit ago? And then chat was just like, oh yeah, we'll just buy you some more. And then they went on Throne and bought me a shitload of Sisters of Battle. And I just started to really enjoy the hobby again. Then, like, I started to get into books. I started to get back into into like new miniatures and reading lore and watching videos, and it's kind of just become a really big part of my personality. It's like thanks to streaming on Twitch, being a silly little shit poster online, I've really kind of like rediscovered my love for this hobby, and it's really nice. I probably wouldn't have never gotten back into it without my community. So I mean, I'd say probably like about 2 years if I don't count that massive gap and all the time between I was a kid, because I never really painted as a kid. Like, the things I did paint were pretty awful. Like, you take one of my original Dark Angels, like the Parade miniatures from 2nd edition starter box, they look terrible, and then when you put them next to the new ones, and it's not because I've gotten better as a painter. I think like things like contrast paint, the amount of tutorials there are, it just makes the hobby more accessible because it's easier to learn. It's easier to learn, which is always going to be the most important thing. And contrast paints make getting nice layers and levels a lot easier. Whereas before, it's like you didn't really know. No one really know. Do I still have? Yeah, I have them all in a box. They're small. They're very small compared to modern Space Marines. I don't know what to say. I think that's partly why, because like my dad, they're mostly my dad's miniatures, those old Dark Angels. That's why I'm never repainting them or anything like that. They're just like nice to keep. Like they're more like sentimental mementos, even though like I don't put them on display or anything. They're just like, you know, little things I hang on to remember people by, you know? I think that's an important part of the hobby, because it is a family hobby at the end of the day. Like, if you're a kid, you can't really get into the hobby because of how expensive it is, unless like you have family members that also want to are also already into the hobby. Hi, Cryo Cheese. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just about to shift into doing some metallics. My tracking is broken, so don't worry about the glitchy avatar on the right. I'm good. I'm having a nice, comfy day with my community. Making lots of progress on this Daemon Prince. I'm experimenting with using an airbrush, which I hope shows in the wings. I never thought I'd get them to look as nice as this, but here we are. There's still some imperfections, but I don't want to risk going over it. I feel like I've done this whole model in the wrong... Well, no, not airbrushing metallics. I did airbrush the base metallics. This is airbrush contrast over metallic, so it has this nice kind of like metallic but not look. I'm really a big fan of how it's turned out, honestly. Like, yeah. I'm just trying out lots of different things. I'm not too sure. I don't really know what I'm doing, if I want to be honest. I'm just playing about with stuff. I've never really used an airbrush properly before. I've realized I've made some errors in the lack of masking I've done. And then I'm just going over the metallics that I've done before to just, you know, unbluify them, if that's a word. And then we're going to work on some ink shading, which is a new thing for me. I'm hoping it'll be quite good. I'm hoping it'll work out really well. And then, when that's done, if I've got the time for it, we're going to go get into some OSL with some fluorescent paints. And try and light up all the different runes and whatnot on this guy. And maybe give him glowing eyes and all kinds of stuff. I hope it'll be a fun time. But these metallic speed paints, they're very, the pigmenting is quite nice on them. They even on a dark base like this Leviathan blue, it just picks up rather well. One thing I might do is where you see all the little scratches, I might make those OSL as well and just add a little bit of a glow. Maybe that's too much, chat. Do we think that's too much? Oh god, I'm not even painting on camera. Do we think that's too... No, that's not too much, is it? The Daemon Prince, we can be as extra as we want, right? Yeah, we can be as extra as we want. You're wondering what the music is? It's the Warhammer 40,000 Darktide soundtrack, because it's got some nice bangers into it. And it's also got some nice sort of like more backgrounder stuff. And it's Warhammer related. And also that, you know, we've got a license to like stream with it, so just gonna not pay for music because that's a pain in the ass. Well, game music is free to use. Yeah. But how are you doing, Cryo? What brings you to us here? Do you like Warhammer too? If you are about the Warhams, what faction do you like the most? I really like these metallic speed paints. The coverage is fantastic. I'm not sure if it's the blue undertones that really just make it pop. It could be. Broadsword Silver is definitely a much darker tone than the rest. Oh! Metal, do you mod for Cryo as well? Also, thank you for doing the shout out. I know you, Cryo, from JC's streams. Valid. I've been following Cryo. I feel like we've probably raided into. Oh my god, I missed more cabling. Oh. Oh. Fuck, I've already got metallic on my brush. Ugh. This is the worst part of this hobby. Is realizing you've moved on to the next stage when you're not ready to. But that's okay. It's all fine. Where did I put my Black Templar? Oh, it's right in front of me. That's where I put it. Too close. Too close, chat. Welcome, welcome, Starfing. Are you for the Emperor? I'm afraid we're doing some heresy with a Word Bearers, Word Bearers Daemon Prince. Oh, good. Warhammer's a comfy, cozy time. Like, it's just a bunch of nerds making silly fiction and having a great time of it, really. And it's all about comfy, cozy people, like, doing a hobby. There's some really cool books, and it's a fantastic universe to get into with a lot of variety and a lot of depth. And it at times can feel overwhelming considering it's been going on for like 40 odd years, but it's a good time, honestly. You'll never know it all. How do you get into the hobby? You mean like Dungeons and Dragons? Well, and doing tabletop RPGs. Well, you find someone who wants to run a game, and then you just, like, play. Well, I don't know how else to describe it. There's lots of different ways you can get into Dungeons and Dragons. There's a lot of, like, online places like Roll20. Kato is invading the stream. Your faction is Custodes, but very much not gold. That's fair. I want to do gold and purple Custodes. I've got a Custodes army, I've just not painted it, because I tried to do this. I painted one miniature in Chrome, and now I'm just like, I kind of want to strip this down and redo it, because I don't think the Chrome with yellow contrast over it really worked. If I want to be honest, I just don't think it worked the way I was hoping it would. Kato, I'm being. It's like Attack on Titan, but with a cat. Hi, Evie. What's up? You're just casually invading my stream. It's like watching people play on YouTube if you really want to get into it. That's true. There's a lot of good blogs and storytime stuff and battle reports. A car, yes. Would you guys like cat cam for a bit, and I will do a stretch and a hydrate while you enjoy cat. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, I'm gonna give you cat cam. Oh god, is my camera dying? It's a very old camera. I wouldn't be surprised if it is starting to die. Oh wait, no. No. Cat. That's my paint station. Cat. He wants a cuddle. What? Come on, get on my lap then. Come on. You can't. She's literally, this is my painting station, and she's just, there we go. I have captured the cat though. No! Cat though! Stop! There we go. Peer into the void. Classic Kato. Pretty much arrives, causes chaos, fucks off. Still is the center of attention, despite this. Look at her. Is she not just fucking dramatic? She looks so annoyed with me because I put the light on her. The true chaos god. Facts. Facts. Okay, I'm just gonna have a short intermission for Kato time. Kato intermission. She hides behind my makeshift painting booth. She is the void. The endless void from which there is no return. A lot darker than the Demon Prince is a lot darker than I initially planned him to be. Like, I might do some airbrush highlights on him. But which color? Not many, like just a very, very light airbrush highlight just to bring him back up a little bit, because he's a little bit darker than I want him to be. I want a bit, because the armor is quite dark as well. I think we need a little bit more contrast. It's a little bit more contrast. I've got a whole like Vallejo paint set, game air paint set that I picked up after chat got me the thingy thing. I thought, you know what? It makes so much sense to just, after chat bought me the airbrush, I was like, I don't actually have any airbrush paints. So I'm just gonna like use my Twitch money to buy an airbrush paint set. And it's a really good paint set. It has pretty much everything I could need in it. Now, I've heard good things about Vallejo, so yeah. Just like a little sprinkle at sharp angles, like add a bit of like highlight to all of the blue areas. It doesn't really have that. I just realized I need to go in and correct like this little bit of toe. I'm just gonna go in with Leviathan blue and like fill that in. I still don't know why I bothered painting the base the first time. Because absolutely, like, I'm just gonna end up going over it all over again. It just feels like I've been silly. But then again, this whole hobby is trial and error, isn't it? It's part of the fun, I guess. Like, while I'm having this break, I'm gonna have a quick browse around and see what kind of color I wanna do. Obviously, it's gonna be some kind of blue. But the question is, what kind of blue? How bright do I want to go? Electric blue? Well, I like the sound of that. Ultramarine blue, no thank you. Imperial blue. None of these are dark enough. I mean, none of these are bright enough. It's really just the choice of magic blue. I think magic blue doesn't contrast enough. And I think electric blue is kind of what we're going for. For a high contrast, for a high contrast highlight. Yeah. I could also highlight it with fluorescent blue. I don't know though. I don't know. We're already having fluorescent green. I think it'd be too much, chat. What do you think? Oh, catto migrato. No. Back in your hole, cat. Back in your hole. The self-boop. No? I don't think she likes the texture of these gloves. I think that's what she's kind of like, bleh, what is that? God, I love the Darktide soundtrack. It's so good. So I'm thinking this blue to highlight the thing. Yes, Mika. Having a little cat break. Oh no, she's going. She's migrating. She has abandoned us, chat. However, will we survive? What are you doing? You licking the dry paint? What are you doing, cat? What are you doing? Silly cat. So my hope is that this, just a little spritz with the airbrush to just add a bit more contrast. Like at a sharp angle, just on like the wings, on the face. All of that. And then we'll get back to the metallics, is what I'm thinking. But then, once we've done that, we'll need to switch back to the other metallics and get those done. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this has turned out. I hope I don't fuck it up. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, right, chat? Why does the tracking sometimes work and then sometimes it doesn't? Oh, is it actually working now? It's working properly now. Kind of Zinch. He's got a Slanesh tail. I'm running him as undivided. He was supposed to be a much paler blue, but I wanted the wings to be dark, and then I spilled over. And then I just ended up kind of liking how the blue kind of looked, so I just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper. Just a tiny amount of pigment in this airbrush. Because I don't want to have to spend ages cleaning it again. Because I know I'm going to have to clean it out to switch to the inks. Okay. Yeah, that works. That works. That's just enough. I say, and then immediately apply more. Yeah, yeah, that'll do. I think that just adds a nice bit of extra contrast to it. Yeah. It is a very, very blue Demon Prince. I like it. I like it. I think it contrasts well against the dark red armor. Yeah. Well, that's kind of out of focus. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, bugger. I forgot to mask off the skull. That's fine. It's still wet, so we just wipe it off with a dry tissue. Anyway, let's get back to what we were doing before, which was the metals. I feel so silly because we've literally just done this. Having to go over it again. But, you know, that's part and parcel with the whole experimenting with shit. Okay. What else needs a bit more metallic correction? I think honestly we're okay for the most part. Yeah. This bit here. Yeah. Then I think what we'll do is a bit there. I forgot we'd actually gone over that with the white bite. A little bit of armor trim. That chain down there. Leaving the belt metallic. I kind of like. Bits where we've gone over with the wrong color here. Okay. Right. Now, the next big thing is going to be gold. We're using Aztec gold, which has a slight green tint to it, which I think is nice. We went over it with chipping medium before to kind of just get a bit of more of a battle damaged effect on the armor. I quite like. Before the ink stage, we're gonna go over everything with like verdigris and rust to kind of just make it all a little bit more eroded and corroded, a bit more Nurglish. You know? We wanted to have a bit of each of the gods, of the chaos deities in this guy, but then we forgot that Corner's very hoofy and has axes, but we already built the miniature at that point. So, oops. That's fine. This guy's more of a thinker than a smashy guy anyway. I say, even though I'm going to be playing him like a very smashy guy. They've got the Slaneshi tail. But I'm hoping like bits of brazen brass and things like that will show up nicely in some of the chaos marks and all of that on the miniature. Give it that more ornate feel. Am I trying to brighten up the armor? No, I'm trying to do some color correction. Trying to do some color correction because I did a bit too much with the blue, and it overshot on some of the things because I didn't mask it correctly. Right now we're just getting the gold bits to be back to being gold again. So we're getting these nice Aztec gold. When it dries up, it'll have a nice green tint to it. We did use chipping medium on this before, like I said, to make it just a little bit more corroded looking. Okay. I think that's that done. Now, which of these looks more red? Say brazen copper we're going to use as a highlight on the red. We'll stipple that on because it's a bit more reddish. We use Talos bronze here to do like things like the chaos stars and the little icons, and maybe add some different color to some of the helmets on the skulls. It's a nice, even though it says copper, it's a nice like screaming bell brass kind of color. I'm gonna do that on this dangly bit here. I really like these metallic speed paints. That, even though they are speed paints, they're basically like, they're not really speed paints. They are kind of speed paints, but they're more opaque than speed paints are. Opaque? There's definitely like some of the properties of like contrast and speed paints in it. Definitely. But I wouldn't call that the main kind of way. They don't behave quite in the same way. Why are you so out of focus? A little splash. A different color on this guy's helmet. Oh, I forgot to go over the metallic on this bit. I'll do that shortly. There was a chaos star somewhere on this guy's wing. I seem to have lost it. Oh, there's a feather. That off. Oh no. If I pull that off, that's probably going to pull off a bunch of paint as well. That's annoying. This is the problem with having cats and doing Warhammer, is you'll get hair all over the place, and you won't even realize until it's too late. Where is that Chaos Star? There it is. It was hiding. Quite like this color. It's just very red. And this bit here, little icon here, just so we've got a nice variety of colors. Anything more I want to add this color to? I think we're good pretty much, yeah. Oh god, I could have put more chaos black on that cabling. I could also do with some other touch-ups. Okay. Good thing we've still got plenty of that broadsword silver here. Keep finding bits we want to touch up before we get to the final stages. Anything more? I think we're mostly good. I'm just trying to see. How did I get paint on that? Oh my god, that's super annoying. You can't see it. Painting is the real sneaky prize. Some people fixate on the price, but Citadel brushes. Yeah, you don't go to Citadel paints to get brushes. Their brushes are kind of shit. So is their paint, to be honest. I always use Citadel paints. I still use Citadel paints because some of them are okay, but I'm a convert to Vallejo lately because it's so good. The Vallejo paints are so good. Like, oh yeah. Like village in the town. But yeah, Vallejo I think is better value for money, hands down. I got a full set of Vallejo airbrush paints for like less than £100, which is, you know, I'm not saying that's not I'm not saying that's a small amount of money because it's not, but better value than Citadel, that's for sure. Army Painter is quite good. I'm using Army Painter metallics here. The speed paints are also quite good. But yeah, speed paint metallics especially, like these are my favorite metallics to use. I've never felt like I would endorse a product, but speed painter metallics, hands down. They make everything so much easier. I used Talos bronze on that. So we were gonna use brazen copper. Yeah, that's slightly more red. This is what we're going to use. We're going to stipple this gently over some of... No, that's probably a bit too much of the paint. More of the paint's come out of the bottle than I would like. That's okay. It's a very red metallic. So let's get most of the paint off this brush. Because stipling requires what's basically a dry brush technique, but not quite. Use this. It's a nice sort of like we're just gonna dab it on here ever so slightly. Just add a little bit more, just a bit more red to it really, because I was feeling like some of the reds are a bit overly saturated in that bluish color, which is not what we wanted. Great thing about this is it doesn't have to be super consistent. Trying to emulate sort of like more beaten copperish kind of look. So we're just adding this in, mostly because want to add a bit more tone to it. Get it looking a bit more red. And bring up the metallic tone a little bit more. Particularly on this tail bit. Zira, you had your big health infection today and they caught us by, and we still passed. Oh, congratulations, Zira. That must have been stressful. I'm glad you pulled through. You feeling okay? I hope that you are proud of your achievement. No one likes a snap inspection. I imagine management might have been shitting themselves just in case. But as long as you all are doing the right things, you should be fine. I'm really glad it went well. You feel really bad for people who get talked into citadel peripherals. Yeah, I agree. It's a bit less than ideal. I understand it at first as a talking point because, like, when you're there getting the models, you might as well get a paint set. And it makes sense, right? Especially if you're a new starter. But then it becomes all you use. And, like, for me, I was very closed-minded to the idea of using other paints. But there's so many good paint brands out there if you just look, you know? I'm really liking this, like, this metallic red kind of, like, coppery thing I've got going on here. Like, it's just a very nice color, you know? It blends in quite well with the metallic flesh terror's red tone we've got underneath. Okay. I think... not quite finished with this, but we're mostly there. Ooh, I like this song. Yeah, I quite like that. I think that's really, like, brought the reddishness back up in the miniature. Very stressful, especially when you're carrying the store during lunch rush. Oh god, yeah, no, I can imagine. See, I feel like the sales staff at my local Warhammer shop, they're more about the hobbying side of things in general. They want to, it feels like they really want to get more people just playing the game as much as possible, which I think is cool. I think it's really cool. They're definitely less sales focused. They're just like, oh, well, I mean, if you're looking for this thing, well, you have this if you want it. But if they don't have what you're looking for, they're not pushy. I feel like back in the day, they were a lot more pushy. Yeah. Back in the day, I feel like back in the day, they were more of a sales company, the shops, than they were, like, about the hobby experience. These days, I feel like they're much more hobby-oriented, which is nice. Okay, get a bit more black in there, because we missed that before. Just a bit too blue. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Are we ready for the rust and the corrosion effects? Cable's a bit dark. I don't know what that is or how I'm going to blend that in. It's just like a random bit. Okay. Do I want to put moss on it, or do I just want to have dirty down? I know the verdigris. Do I? I'll do the verdigris first. I'm just going to mix it up quickly. The moss effect might look quite nice, actually. Do I have a fan brush somewhere? I think I do. I think I have a fanny brush somewhere. Where is it? In my bag of brushes. There are always secret things I never use. I read that you use the sort of fan-shaped brushes for like effects like streaking and whatnot. There we go. Don't know what I'm talking about. This is what I mean when I talk about a fanned brush. Okay. So we're just going to apply some Nylock Oxide, which is a fantastic Citadel effect color, by the way. Technical paint is this powdery kind of like copper oxide look. So we're just going to get some of this just streaked over all of the bits. Just like... We're not going to be super precious about how it goes on. Just a little bit everywhere. And once it's on, we're just going to wipe it off. And that's all you have to do with this paint. It does kind of bring down any gloss effect you might have on there initially, but that's okay. Super easy to use. Get a dry bit of tissue paper. And then you just wipe it off. And it should look quite nice. It should be very subtle once it's all been wiped off. Well, relatively subtle. And once we get inks over it, it'll blend really nicely with everything else. It's got this sort of like chalky-ish texture. Which I think is quite nice, honestly. Actually, I think I need a Q-tip. Q-tip. But do you see what I mean about that sort of like oxidized coppery look? It's a very nice bit of paint. One of the few Citadel paints I'd say, yeah, everyone should have this for like special effects and stuff. Especially if you're painting Death Guard. If Death Guard are your jam, This should absolutely be in your paint scheme, I think. Like, put that over like the coppery bits and the golds on a Death Guard guy, and it just kind of like, it looks the business. And this, the reason why I wanted to use this is sort of like to go like, oh yeah, Blessing of Nurgle kind of deal. Yeah. Verdigris is very... Why would he wear... It's not copper armor. But also, he's not even real armor if we think about it, because he's a demon. The armor is part of who he is. It's meant to... The reason why I'm, like, doing that is to kind of, like, represent a corrosive effect. Like, because he's an undivided demon prince. It's how I wanted to represent a Blessing of Nurgle. It's having that corrosion. Now, we have more effects to do. I have two things. Dirty Down Rust, brown, and Dirty Down Rust, yellow. I'm just using the same brush. I'm just going to apply this straight from the bottle onto the miniature. And then wash that off. I'm going to do the same with the yellow, but on higher points. I know what you mean, Metal, but like decorative things, you know? He's a demon. The laws of physics don't apply. He is geared for drip. He's geared for drip. He does not feel logic. Fun fact, most copper now is used from recycling. Mining new copper is pricier than recycling. That makes sense, to be honest. Add a bit more of this yellowy rust effect. Really does just add a very yellowish effect here. Ooh. Some of it got not where it was meant to, but that's okay because it comes off really easily because it's water soluble. So with a wet brush, just gonna go over it again once it's all done. Get a little bit on some of these chains as well, actually. Oh yes, we are getting into the symbolism of shit in Warhammer 40,000. Lol. Good old... Okay. Just use the airbrush to just blow on that shit. And make it dry a bit faster. That feels dry. Then we use a wet brush to just rub it down. what this is going to do is it's actually going to peel most of it off onto the brush. And it's going to leave some nice streaky residue on the miniature. So it'll be a nice little effect. Well, that's not to say that this is done. See you later, Cryo. Thank you so much for the luck. It's lovely to see you in chat. I hope you have a nice time. There's one thing I'll say for airbrushing. It feels very crisp. Like, yeah. It just picks up everything so nicely. I quite like that. It just looks like a verdigris on the skull now. The dirty down rust has actually made it look very gold as well. Unexpected. I think I'm going to go in with a dry brush, a wet dry brush, if that makes sense. Where's my dry brush? Ah. One of the best tools you can have is a blender brush. Especially for dry brush related work. Makeup blender brushes are amazing. Also, if you know how to do makeup, you can probably paint really, really well. The same skill set. Some more of that dirty down off. That should dry up nicely into a very cool effect. I feel you, Cryo. I absolutely feel you. Lurkers are always appreciated. They are the silent majority of any streamer's fan base. Audience, rather. Just gonna use some unpigmented air to help dry this off quicker. Now it's time for the cool bit. I say the cool bit. What time is it? Okay, we've got 40 minutes, chat. I feel like I went a bit hard on the verdigris in some bits, but that's fine. It's not super consistent, which I like. And the dirty down yellow has tinted some of it gold, some of the silver gold. But that's okay. It's have a lot of silver trim on it. So that's, yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. That was my light coming off the clip. Okay, what's the plan next, chat? Well, the plan is... I don't know what the plan is. No, that's a lie. The plan is to go in with some inks to kind of blend everything together a little bit. Not too much, though. Just a little bit. I think we're going to start with the bottom. Actually, I need to clean out this airbrush quickly before I do anything with it. Clean out the airbrush. Do the... Clean out the airbrush. We're going to clean out the airbrush, then we're going to start using some inks overall to do some like basic like tonal correction and shading. Hopefully it won't take long. And you know what now? Okay. Back. So I'm finished cleaning out the airbrush. And once that's done, we can start on the inking. Ink pigments are very strong, so I'm gonna be extra careful with that. First I need to finish cleaning this airbrush out. That should do it. That should do it nicely. Damn it, screw it. Wow. Let's see. I'm slightly worried that this pigment might be a bit too dark. Only slightly worried, though. Not going to use much of it, mind you. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Where are my headphones? Just a little bit of this pigment. So we are using Liquitex Deep, aka Interactive Deep Blue. I really like AK paints, so I'm gonna hopefully have a decent time with this. Not using much, because we don't want to have to spend ages cleaning the thing every time. So the idea is I'm just going to use this to do undertones. It is opaque, so it should work quite nicely. Oh god, that's very strong. Oh, holy shit. Oh god. Oh, okay. Fuck. Oh, that's so much stronger than I thought it was going to be. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh no. Oh god. No, it should be fine. It doesn't dry that quickly, I don't think. Okay, let's try that again. That was kind of the effect we wanted, though. Anyway, here's some Vallejo airbrush thinner to fix that. We only put like 2 drops in. But that's 4 drops of thinner, which I'm hoping will balance it out nicely. My god, I can't believe how thick that was. It's still very... I can't believe how thick that ink was. I thought it was going to be much less pigmented. Semi-opaque, they said. My god. Okay, well that's really, really thin now, so... That's mostly thinner. Right, I think that might be too much thinner. Yeah, there's barely any actual pigment in there. Okay. How do we figure out these ratios, chat? Hey, Mika, how you doing? Okay. 2 drops of ink. 2, 3, 6 drops. That's 1/4 ink to I'm hoping that this ratio might work. Could be wrong though. I really just hope I don't end up fucking it all up at the last. Okay, that looks okay. Okay, that's a slightly better ratio. Still stand with to be a bit thinner though. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. We can work with that. At least that works well on the wings. Feels very intense now. Which I like, honestly. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to clean out the thing again. I'm gonna need... Your mom is getting a new puppy! Oh my god, that's delightful, Mika. Put it off. Okay. I'm just airbrush doing airbrush things. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But I'm gonna need to clean this out. I think we're done with the blue. My god, that's such a strong pigment. And we're gonna switch to red. What I'm hoping this is going to do is it's going to add purplish tones to some of the blues, which will be nice. I feel like we're a bit too deep into this right now, Demi, to start coming up with new ideas. But I might try that for a future model, like another centerpiece kind of style model. That could work quite well. Okay. So with the magenta going to be also incredibly strong in terms of its pigmentation. I'm just going to get everything, every bit of pigment out of this I can. Yeah, that's all gone. So 3 drops of magenta. And I'm gonna make this 12 drops of thinner. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. That still looks very thick. I don't trust that. I really don't trust that. I want to, but I've already seen what fucking this up does, so I'm gonna put even more thinner into it. So this should be very thin, but still quite intense. Rescue? Oh, that's an important question. Doesn't the color remind me of something? Okay. Did I really over thin this? Yeah, I did. There's not nearly enough pigment in there. I overcompensated for the previous experience. Or did I? Am I just doing this wrong? Did I pull back enough? There is something happening. It's just incredibly thin. Yeah, it's just incredibly thin, that's all. So, okay. So we've learned that the magenta is not as strong as the deep blue, which, you know, does actually make sense. I put some extra pigment in there. Hopefully it'll be enough for it to have a meaningful impact. I'm hoping that what we see is... Yeah, that's a bit more what we're looking for. We're just going to dry that off quickly. This is going to be like a sort of general mid-tone kind of vibe is what we're going for here. Ooh, I'm liking the effect this is given. It's really... We're entering the realms of this does not look like it makes sense, but it does. I feel like it's almost like the armor is bleeding a little bit. I think it might be too much pressure. Yeah, no, I think I've had too much pressure on the thing. But I do quite like the effect this is given. There's a lot of different color in this now. You'd think Slanesh demons would be pink purple. They sometimes are. They usually are. But this isn't a Slanesh demon. He's undivided. Maybe the idea of bleeding armor is why he is the element of corn. In life, he gave his blood to the blood god, and so on and so forth. So we're just gonna pat down some of the areas where there's a bit too much of this pigment. I like the effect it's had on the sword, though. Like, I don't really know how much of that shows up, but it's got this very nice kind of like crimsonish tint to the silver without being overly so. Eagle, hello, happy Friday. It is hobby day. Yeah, no, I'm liking this. It's a very unusual effect. I don't know that I'm gonna be quite so intense with it for like baseline Space Marines. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly clean out this, and then we're gonna switch back to the yellow. You like the idea of a demon prince of chaos, undivided, who has blessings that overlap and somehow make each other suck. Like he was ascended as a joke. That's pretty funny. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out, to be honest. I was very worried in places, because I'm doing a lot of things I've never done before. Okay. Once I'm done with the yellow, which is going to be just a top-down blast of ink. Once that's dried off, I'm going to clean out the airbrush. And then... Thank you, Eagle. I'm pretty happy with how he's turning out. He's very intense. In a way I've never really done before. I'm pretty happy overall. You might even be finished this in time for me to like go to bed on time for work. Well, okay. So we are gonna try this again with yellow. One, 2, 3 drops of yellow pigment. I'm hoping I'll add a slight green tint to the wings. You want to crumpet with your chopper? Valid. 3, 4. Okay, so that's 3 to 12, I think was my ratio. It's slightly less than what I started with the red, and slightly more than I started with the blue, so I'm hoping this will be a nice happy medium. Okay, that looks okay. Let's start with blasting on the wings for this. Nice, quick top-down spray. Ooh, I'm liking that. There's an ever so subtle greenish tint is starting to form. I think that worked out wonderfully. I'm just gonna blast this with the airbrush to help without any like pigment in there, just to help it dry up. Just to help it dry up a little bit faster. Once I've cleaned up this airbrush, I'll be back with some white spirit, actually, which I've never used before. At least I have used it before. Just not in the context of miniature painting. I'm hoping all these extra steps are actually contributing to the overall miniature. Because there are times I look at it and it's just like, it hasn't really changed that much, but I feel like in other ways it has. It feels a lot more intense. He still has his cake, lol. I didn't use any Citadel shade paints on this one. I've never actually done a miniature without using Citadel shade paints. I thought maybe doing the inks on top of the shade paints might have been a bit too much, so I just figured I'd just go with inks this time. I don't know. Gone and used a whole bunch of effects I've never really used before as well, so that's a thing. Okay, right. I'm gonna clean out the airbrush. Come back with a cup of white spirit. Get a fresh dropper, and then we're gonna work on some oils. For a tiny little bit of, just the tiniest smidge of oil work. Let's see. Let's get this cleaned out, shall we? I do wonder if I've got a blockage somewhere. Maybe it's because of the contrast paints. Sometimes I feel like it spits and sputters, but I don't really have time to fully disassemble this. I do need to clean it out a little bit though, and just make sure it's not completely balked. There are a lot of bits I need to clean out here. Quickly get that done before we move on. Unscrew this and have a proper look. That should be nice and clean now. So, now we get to do the fun bit. I say the fun bit. This whole process has been pretty fun. At least I hope we can. I think I still need... I don't know that this is dry enough yet. Cleaning in your demon paint stream? Diabolical. Well, imagine having to take care of your stuff. Imagine. I want to be real though. I think that before I go any further, I might need to do some slight touch-ups on certain things. Like, this tongue no longer is pink in any way. Neither of these teeth. But, I think, as you'll see soon, that's a problem that's going to take care of itself. Any little residue seems to have been excised from this. But now. Hey, Predicaments, how you doing? We're kind of gaming. We are preparing to game with this Warhammer 40,000 Daemon Prince. I think he's doing pretty well, to be honest. Like... the colors are looking quite unnatural, which honestly, I think that suits me just fine. I think I might come back to this guy later down the line. Like, once I've done some research and like got some better techniques under that I can figure out and play with. But for now, I don't think there's much else to do other than complete the process. Let's see, we've got a shitty brush here that we don't need to give a shit about. We can use this for this current task. So what we are about to do is about to mix oil paints. And not very much, and I'm not quite sure of the ratios for this. So, if anyone has experience mixing oil paints, I would really appreciate that. But I'm assuming I need a lot more white spirit, because this is going to be super thinned out. I'm taking... Welcome back, Mika. On the recommendation of a friend, I'm using Abteilung oil paint Snow White. Now, oil-based paint is incredibly thick, so you really need to dilute it. So I'm only going to use like the tiniest smidge of oil paint. Where did I put the cap? Oh my god, have I lost the cap? No, there, it's just under the palette. My little mixing palette here, which is a fidget device, because fidget toys make really good paint palettes, if you didn't know. You're seeing the meme fanboy himself, nice. I am going to show non-believers the power of chaos. I need... my pipette? Pipette is such a fun word to say. Also, by calling someone a meme fanboy, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Like, half the fucking meme pages on Facebook are fanboy pages. And that's a fact. Like, I will spit these bars. Oh, small. Oh, that's fair. Everyone does enjoy a small and strong. He's a funny guy. I do think his recent Family Guy gags are a bit odd, but it totally was working for him. Definitely, it's the kind of thing I don't think anyone really expected, like cutaway gags in streaming. But it works. I'm just mixing up. I find them funny, at least. It's like Family Guy without the cringe. I like that he's still the same kind of guy on stream as well. It's just like a new bit of humor he's injected into his stuff. Okay. This Demon Prince is starting to look pretty dry. So I think I've got a good ratio of this oil paint. It's looking pretty thin. The idea is that oil paints flow really well. So my hope is actually I'm going to start on this bit because it's bigger. Okay, I've thinned that way too much. But as you can see, it's got really good coverage. Good thing there's some bits here that haven't fully mixed with the rest of it. And it just like, you tap it in and it just flows and fills the whole thing. It's really cool. And even without what I'm about to do later, it's a very cool step. Look at how brilliantly white that shows up. Like someone has done my fresh laundry. It's a miniature. Now we apply the same thing to these rooms here. And then around all of the little eyes and demony bits on this miniature. Give them the same treatment. A little bit of white filling in their deepest places. As you know, who doesn't enjoy a little white filling in their deepest place anymore? I don't even know if you can see this here, but trust me. Good time. These rooms are so small. And this oil paint just makes it so easy because the way oil paints behave is they naturally will flow into these little crevices. Let me just move that away. Yeah, without the lighting, it shows up easier. Like you can see how like all those little rooms are like starting to fill out really well. This is the effect we are working to achieve. So that when we go over this in a little bit with the fluorescent paint, it'll pick these up really well. It'll glow and it'll look super cool. It's okay because of the nature of the fact that we're doing like an OSL style adjacent style thing. Is that there's a bit of overspill? That's okay. Because it's just going to glow up, isn't it? Gonna do the same with these eye bits here. That winger's in the way, I'm really sorry. But you can kind of get the idea of what we're doing. We're just kind of filling in all of the bits that we think would look the glow. And while we are trying our best to be, you know, neat and tidy and clean about all of, okay, if it's a look. Because then it's just like me, for real, for real. I mean, what? Add cannon, get that filled in. The good greens, the good white stuff. That'll have a nice little glow on it later. Are there any eye type things here? No, that's just I want to add like little scar glows from all the scars on his wings. That could be good. But it might also be a bit too much. I feel like this is one of those kind of things where less is definitely more. I'm gonna do glowing eyes. I'm gonna do glowing mouth like he's got a breath weapon attack, which would be kind of cool. There's no rules for it in the game, but I just think it would look cool. No. And who doesn't appreciate the rule of once this is dried, once we've got all this done, have a little short break while this dries. And then once it's dried, we're gonna give it a nice little spritz with white over this white so that we get some residual kind of glow over everything. And like some ambient glow. Then we've got the ambient glow down. We'll clean out the airbrush. And then it's time for the fluorescent paint. Which I'm hoping is going to look really... Oh, I've just realized I've not actually been speaking into my microphone this whole time. Can anyone even hear me? So once this oil is done and dried, we will do a nice quick spritz with the white to do some like sort of like base lighting for the rest. Yeah, I think that's going to look pretty good once it's all lit up. Is that one of those popping things? Yeah, I use it as a paint paint palette. It's really good because when the paint dries, you just pop it and it cleans it off because it literally just pops off the dried paint. It's a really useful paint palette. Really useful for paint palette. I saw a TikTok about it once. The same time as I saw TikTok for my specific paint mixer, which is why I decided, you know what, my paint mixer is just really, really convenient because I already have one. You know? Yeah, I think that'll do. For that, right. I can't put this brush in the paint water. I put that in the white spirit covered in oil. You have to clean things with the oil. Chaos is silly sometimes. But yeah. I hope you can kind of see what I'm trying to do here. So, once that's dried, once that is dried, once that's dried, I'm gonna take the time while I'm waiting for that to dry to put away some things I don't need, because there's a lot of shit here. Let me be real with you all. There's only 2 paints left that I should need. Change my paint water just in case I need to. Let's not put that from the airbrush set in with the other paints, because I like that I can keep that neat and separate. Chaos has some amazing models, by the way. Speaking of Chaos, next week I'm going to be doing a Paint an Army in a Day challenge. Next week I'm doing a Paint an Army... Oh, who's been pinging me in my Discord? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Zorpazorp. I remember Zorpazorp. Yeah. Why aren't people reacting to the thing? They're commenting. If you all react to the post with the little vote reactions I've left, then you can influence my decision. But right now, Word Bearers are winning next week. Next week I'm going to be painting an 1,000-point army in a day. Right now, Word Bearers are in the lead by a very small margin. By a very, very small margin. I don't know. I'm very curious to see Slaaneish's lore in Codex Emperor's Children later in 10th edition. I'm hoping for some really cool shit to come out. I'm really hoping for some really cool stuff. Right. Give myself something to do with my hands while we wait. I'm sorry, this part of the stream is literally watching paint dry, sadly. And oil-based paints do take longer to dry than other paints, unfortunately, so sadly, I just have to leave it till it's dried. It's pretty unfortunate. This is the one thing I can say I dislike about oil paints, is that you can't accelerate the drying process on them, really. Fortunately, there's not much paint, so it should dry relatively quickly. That's my hope, at least. Let's see if I can get a better focus on that. Waiting stream, woo! Literally watching a paint dry, amazing content. Top 10 Warhammer streamers ever, yeah! But seriously, I wish there was something else I could do to the miniature in the meantime. But that's kind of it. I don't want to mess around too much with other stuff, because I don't know how the rest of it's gonna react. I mean, I'm sure there are some things I could touch up on it. Like, I'm sure I could add some highlights here and there. But overall, he's basically done. I'm going to give him a spritz of white on the face. And then a spritz of white around these glowing bits. And then once that's done, we'll do some shiny. I say shiny, it's not shiny at all. It is kind of shiny. Very cool. Fluorescent green. So again, another paint. Like, I'm using all these paints I've never used before this stream. It's really nice getting to, like, play around with stuff. I think that the experimentation is honestly one of my favorite things about the hobby. Because there's nothing you can do that's wrong. It's just different, you know? You can't be afraid to make mistakes. Because, let's be honest, most of the models I've painted, if I look back and all the things... Yeah, Metal, it is late. I should really have gone to bed like 10 minutes ago. But, like, we're almost finished, and there's not enough to save for another stream. I'm literally going to be done in, like, half an hour. I say this, it's not going to be finished. I'll finish the rest off stream, because it's just stuff I've already done before. But slightly better. Like, I'll just... Look. Look, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to go to sleep after I've done the, the fluorescent stuff. Okay? It's not done yet, Matt. It's not done yet, Demi. I feel like it's one of my better miniatures. But it's still... I feel like I can do better. I will regret it. That's fine. That regret is something I will have to live with, Metal, and I understand that. I'm an adult. I am an adult. I don't know. How can I get the... Where's my camera settings? I want to get the focus to be better. I need a better fucking camera. With, like, precision manual focus. That looks a bit better. It kind of has Night Lord vibes, honestly. I'm using a Logitech C920. It's literally just a webcam. I feel like I need a better camera specifically for miniature painting. I know you are, Metal. I know you're concerned, but it'll be okay. God knows I've gone to sleep later on a work day. Ooh, I don't get headaches. I just imbibe. Word bearers do take converts. That's true. The one Night Lord who fell to chaos willingly and was like 100% for it during the heresy. Ooh, actually, I've just thought of an idea. Another idea. Another idea. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I know this is gonna be a problem. But what if... Actually, no. That... Like... I'm thinking... We do a little underglow in the armor, but like... I don't think that's really gonna add much. No. No, that's not gonna add much. Well, maybe it would, though. Chat, if you think an underglow under the breastplate around the neck would look really sick. Say, but I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have the skills. Or a small enough needle to make that look good on my airbrush, if I want to be real with y'all. I need like a super small needle on my airbrush to get that idea to work. Hell, even the airbrush needle I'm using, I think, might be a bit too big. I think I need to brush them. I think someone can brush them. Lower pressure, I can get really close into it. Where's the cap on my airbrush gone? Oh no. Oh no. Oh well, that's another future Taiga problem. But that's really annoying, actually. I could have sworn it was on it. Put it down. Oh. Oh. I will consume liquid. That's the last of my juice. I'll need to get more before bad. Is that dry? Is that dry? It's looking kind of dry. I'll leave it another minute. I feel like I should have my Twitch icon as an emote. Rawr. Okay. Okay, chat. I think it's time. It is time. I can't believe I've lost my brush cap. That's really annoying. A little bit of white. Hopefully we won't need any more than that. That doesn't sound very good. Maybe I need a bit of practice. Oh, that's a good amount of practice. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. That's everywhere. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No, we can clean that off. Shit. Shit. Fuck. A bit too much. A little bit too much. Just a tad too much. It'll be fine. No, it'll be fine. We'll work out. All about that glow, right? It's all about that glow. Just clean off a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna clean out this airbrush again. What the hell did this happen? My luck. Well, I've no idea where my airbrush cap is. It'll be somewhere around this area, so I'll just find it after stream or tomorrow when I get back from work. Well, here goes nothing, chat. For a tester, let's just... Yeah, I don't think I needed to do the white. Yeah, I don't think I needed to do the white overall. I think I've fucked up this whole thing. It's just gone... That looks shit. Oh my god. That's thoroughly annoyed me. That's thoroughly annoyed me. Oh my god. Fortunately, it's mostly still wet, so a lot of the white can just come right off. Can't believe I did that. That's super annoying. I'm just cleaning off a lot of this stuff. But I don't think it's unsalvageable. I think what I do need to do though is go back to some of my other paints I was using, which are fortunately all still on the ballot. Okay, so we're just going... Go back. and reapply some of the paint colors we had going on before. But you know, I don't think it looks completely terrible. Just think I didn't need to add so much ambient lighting. I should have just done that with the brush. But you know, we live and learn, don't we? Yeah, I'm pretty happy overall with the overall look. I just too much of a glow, you know? Fortunately, you can correct it quite easily. A little bit of stipling into the areas that we want to fit. I don't think the overall effect is bad. I think it's more my first. It was a first attempt, so it's not the end of the world. It's not something we can't quickly correct. Because we have all the colours to hand. And we will quickly correct it. I'm still annoyed I can't find the pack. It should have been right here. I don't know where it fell off. How it fell off. It was literally fitted to the thing. But we will find it. Okay, I need to grab Black Templar. Light and blue. Celestium blue. Where is it? Actually, I don't need the light. I do need it. So, okay. Let's start with the slightly lighter blue. Let's staple this in. Night, Metal. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Well, actually, this actually has worked out in our favor because we can correct the tongue tint. Be more in line with what we were hoping it would be. That blends rather nicely, honestly. Yeah, I think I was just a bit overzealous with the idea of adding a massive amount of glow. And it doesn't really work with At least it doesn't work in the same way. Some Leviathan blue. On that beaky beak. And all those. I just want to get a closer look into this. I think that's starting to look more the part. Hey, Mika. And a little bit Black Templar. Yeah, I need a smaller needle if I want to do really precise, like, glows like that. Bit more of the paint off. That's it. We can fix this. Okay. Yeah, we made a little bit of a mistake, but that's okay. Getting... Okay. Let me just... I have been doing really long streams lately. I don't know why. I feel like I've just been burying myself in this as work, to be honest. It's nice. A lot of them are accidental. Like, a lot of them are just, in fact, this one was not intended to be this long. But, like, so it goes sometimes, you know, you just want to finish what you're doing. Okay, last thing. Get this board back up, right? I just can't even see that because of that lighting. just gonna finish it. We're gonna finish this tonight because we're almost done. And wait for these bits to dry. I say we're gonna wait. We're not gonna wait. We're gonna use the airbrush to accelerate the drying process. Once this is done. And then, God, that looks terrible compared to how it was before. That's really annoyed me. But it's fine. We learned, and that's the important thing. That's the important thing about all of this, is that it's all a learning process. And you keep the record of your mistakes so you can see how you can improve in the future, ultimately. But we're almost finished. This could have been so much better, but I think overall we're still happy with how it turned out, or how it's about to turn out. I have a clog. Okay, let's stop. Oh god, I do. There's something spitting. I think I need more pressure. That's better. The real... I mean, that's not even being picked up by the camera. Okay, hang on. Okay, you guys can't see this because it's just not being picked up. But that's cool as fuck. Like, oh my god. You guys can't see that. The camera cannot pick up the UV shift. But my god. That's cool as hell. Give me out. Maybe if I turn off all of the lights, except for this one, it'll work. The color is UV, yeah. You guys can't see this, but that is cool as fuck. I mean, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. The camera doesn't really want to, Hey, Nazco. I wish I could un-auto a lot of these. I don't know how I'm gonna photograph this shit. How am I meant to take a picture of this if it doesn't show up in cameras? That's kind of a crazy thing to think about, but that's really cool. I really like that. That's exactly what we were going for. I don't know how it actually looks, to be honest, on how it'll look on the tabletop. I'm a big fan of how that looks here and now. But yeah. See, everything's got like a slightly green tint to it now. I feel like I might need to do some other bits of work on this. Okay, let me turn my ambient light on. Definitely the webcam. Not really coping with what it is. I don't know. In spite of all the trials and tribulations we've had with this one, I don't think it worked out too badly. Very thick paint on here, and parts I'm going to need to quickly dab away. Yeah. You have seen a hand, a gloved hand. You will remember this, for you are a dejam. Yeah, no, I don't think that went. That could have gone better, but it was a learning experience, and that's the important thing. That's always going to be an important thing, is that we learned. Anyway, let me just make some minor alterations. This bit looks very... I really wish you guys could see you hold stuff with that thing, yeah. just airbrush this and get this nice and dry. Become dry. I really wish this glowing effect would show up on camera. Oh, I mean, you can kind of see how it glows there. Like, oh, the only difference is it's fucking green. Like, all the white bits you can see are like this neon green kind of look in person. But yeah, that's kind of it, really. I don't really think there's anything more I can or want to do with it at this time. I mean, I could probably do some more stuff on it, but I think for a first experiment with OSL and oils and, you know, inks and all kinds of bullshit that I've never used before, I feel like it's turned out pretty well. Yeah. I would like you to be finished drying now, though, please. Please. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. Finished drying. So yeah, I'm totally looking forward to painting an army of word bearers in a single day next week, lol. I do deserve a pat though. But I also deserve to go to sleep because it's fucking late. Oh my god, it's almost 1 o'clock. Who's streaming? Who can I raid into? Who can I raid into, chat? Do I know anyone who's doing some Warhammer shit? Do I know anyone? Froggy sometimes stays up super late painting. Is she on? No, she is not. She is not online. I kind of want to keep the Warhammer raid train going. Master Corgi? Do I know Master Corgi? I don't know Master Corgi, but I will have a look at this friend-shaped person. Do I know anyone who's streaming the Warhams? No one on my follow list is the problem. Master Corgi is a small streamer. Yeah, we can raid into Master Corgi, why not? They are cute. They are cute. That is important. Look, he's a cute doggo. No one's gonna complain about raiding into a cute doggo, let's be real. That's where we are. Yeah, Papa. You're very cute. As always, chat, thank you so much for choosing to hang out with me. It's always lovely getting to hang out and do some of these chill streams with you all. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world. I don't have anything planned tomorrow, but my D&D is cancelled, so I might do some more Armored Core maybe. But I kind of want to work on some audiobook stuff as well, so yeah, we'll see. VODs and shit at some point on YouTube, lol. Follow me everywhere I make memes and shit. Like, yeah. Anyway, it's like 1 AM. I'm gonna go sleep, lol. I love you all. I'll see you next week at the very latest, if not probably over the weekend. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.